The first empress of the Karli Empire was a great witch. The beautiful lady was named Diana. She placed her beloved man on the emperor's throne, but because of her mistrust of people, the girl offered him a bet. If this love was sincere, then he would be able to find her among girls with the same face. If the boy finds her within 5 years, then the princess will be able to give up everything, even eternal life and the power of a witch. To become a man and be a married lady for the rest of his days, he must prove his sincerity to the queen. At this time, rumors swirled around the city about the empress's bet with the emperor. A decree was even issued seeking women who resembled the empress. People around were gossiping about how the gentleman had issued a decree. Even if I don't win, I will choose one of the president's girls and make her empress. This idea sounded truly insanely interesting, which is precisely why it caught the attention of even the ladies who weren't there. One of the girls involved was the main character of this story, who caught wind of the news and immediately decided to participate in the selection. On the 35th day, the palace gates were closed, and the prime minister announced that 108 girls would take part in this bet. The long-awaited moment did not take long to arrive. The servants asked the candidates to wait in the hall. Everything was about to begin soon. Although perhaps from the outside, the spectacle was truly frightening. All the girls looked like Lady Diana herself. There were so many identical people in this place, which created a strange feeling inside. At that moment, the face of that very same random contender also changed. At first, the girl couldn't understand how she could fail to find her mistress among them all, but apparently the queen had cast a spell to make everyone in the palace look like her. A few seconds later, His Majesty the Emperor himself appeared. Prime Minister Morris was standing next to him. An official immediately explained that since they wouldn't be able to see all the ladies at once, the girls would be granted an audience with His Majesty in the order in which they made their first impression on him. This was an extremely strange position for the other ladies, because how can one judge by first impressions when everyone around has the same faces? The assistant then explained that the young ladies would be divided into groups of 54 people, and they would be placed in the eastern and western palaces. Those who have already been assigned to a group within a few minutes will be placed in the Western Palace. Their audience will be dealt with a little later than those who will go to the Eastern Palace. At that moment, the heroine realized that it would be more difficult for her to find Mrs. Diana since they were separated like that. Now, it seemed Milady's fate had changed its course. Perhaps the girl would still be able to convince Madame Mage to return to the witch settlement. Among witches, Lady Diana was quite the odd one out. Most witches do not interact with people and live only in a special place, with the exception of those who left the settlement for practice or research. But the Empress not only fell in love with a human man, but also began to engage in human affairs for his sake. Moreover, for his sake, she, being a witch, even founded a country. And then the great lady magician, Diana, became famous throughout the entire settlement. Although the people discussed every day how reckless it was to interfere in human affairs like this, and pitied the lady, there had never been a witch who hadn't suffered from attachment to a human. Now, another of their sisters would be in tears. And yet there was no denying the fact that Lady Diana was a great witch. That was crystal clear, just by looking at the lady's accomplishments. Only someone as brave as she could have achieved such a feat, or so her colleague believed. The heroine of this story truly couldn't stop admiring the Countess. She spent entire days worshiping her achievements, all those newspaper articles and portraits. The witch found pleasure in even simply observing the traces that Lady Diana left behind. If only the queen hadn't made a bet with that human emperor. This argument had so infuriated the young sorceress that she was now determined to stop her. She couldn't allow her mistress to become human. If the emperor can find Lady Diana among the 108 female faces, then he will win his foolish bet, and the miss will become a human. And although it was good that Ariana came to the palace and became one of these 108 girls, now she was faced with the main question: how to find Mrs. Diana. One of the guests even noticed the lady's preoccupied expression as she discussed her future plans. At the time, the stranger herself thought her colleague was worried about the upcoming imperial election. The friendly girl seemed quite nice, so the heroine decided to introduce herself. The lady introduced herself as Anna, though it was still unknown whether that was her real name. After all, somewhere around here, the very same lost Her Majesty the Empress had to be. That day, dear Anna invited her new friend to go for a walk together after their lunch. During the walk, her acquaintance was quite open, sharing various details about the palace. For example, if you walk in a certain direction, you can reach a place called a garden of beautiful flowers. Based on this, Ariana noticed that this man definitely resembled Madame Diana. He had an elegant demeanor and knew his way around the palace perfectly. And besides, if this were the real Madame, she would have been hiding behind a pseudonym just as easily. Although it was still unknown whether the new acquaintance would truly be so fortunate, it seemed the noblewoman was looking for a catch in each of the girls, while Anna was convinced that Ariana herself was definitely not Her Majesty the Empress. Anya really does look a lot like a queen to the throne. It would even be nice if she were chosen. To some extent, the protagonist of this story even hoped for such a turn of events. In fact, this girl will definitely not be chosen. She is the younger sister of the knight who accompanies His Majesty. My lady's brother knows her, which means His Majesty already knows her. It's a shame it all turned out this way. On the other hand, if Anna is mistaken for the Empress, it will ruin the whole bet. Perhaps, since there's no one to choose from here, she's some kind of spy to keep an eye on candidates in the Emperor's absence. But what if she tells her brother that Ariana isn't the Empress? Several weeks passed. In these 15 days, many ladies haven't even laid eyes on His Majesty. Does that mean they can relax? Not at all. It's just that their turn for an audience hasn't come yet. Anna also told me she'd met her brother yesterday. She'd mentioned that knight escort. He'd been intrigued by the fact that his sister had a new friend. At that moment, the ladies noticed a crowd of other ladies gathered around the door. It turned out that Prime Minister Morris had visited their chambers. Without further ado, the man announced what the girls in the area had been most eagerly awaiting. Starting today, they would each take turns meeting His Majesty the Emperor. According to the aide, each person in this room will spend some time with His Majesty. He will receive 4 people a day, for an hour at breakfast, lunch, dinner, and at night, and so on down the list, starting tonight. Morris then asked the ladies to carefully review the list. The young ladies were to arrive at the appointed time, and then the escort knight, Sir Charles, would escort them all. As soon as the male figure appeared on the horizon, the main character immediately realized that this man was Anna's brother. He was so handsome that just by looking at her friend's brother, Ariana realized that the real Anna must be beautiful too. But unfortunately, it turns out that the brother hates being called handsome. His sister pointed this out. For the knight, beauty is something of a complex. They even fought over it before. The appearance of the escort knight, who represents the entire Huang, is just as important as their skills. Therefore, whenever there was a public event or a visit from foreign guests, regardless of their rank or skill, the most handsome knight would always stand at the forefront. So, even from the time my brother was a rookie, the boy had his work cut out for him. But there was no time to dwell on that now. The friends decided to find out the date of their meeting with the prince. As it turned out, they were only a day apart. Ariana was supposed to meet the man that night, and Anna was supposed to meet him at dinner. As soon as the information was revealed, Anna couldn't contain her emotions. It wasn't clear why Miss was so upset. If Anya was just a spy, why such a reaction? But if she's not a spy, then she has no other reason to participate in a selection process. She has no chance of winning. After all, if the heroine really wanted to participate, she should have kept it a secret from her brother. Magic is involved here, after all. If she hadn't told her brother anything from the start, he wouldn't have recognized her. At one point, the friend also unexpectedly asked her friend why Ariana was participating. Katie, for example, said it was a rare experience, and she was there to have fun. The girl standing behind the lady said she wanted to finally eat her fill, as her family was very poor. They say the girl with her hair up came because she wanted to become Empress. All these ladies who came here had specific reasons. That's why Anna decided to ask the lady closest to her here why she, too, wanted to become Empress. The main character, openly stunned by this question, was stunned. Did she really seem so vain? The girl was certainly pretending to be Madame Diana to confuse the emperor, but even so, she would sooner refuse the position of Empress. That's why her friend immediately began explaining to her acquaintance that things were not at all as she thought. Although Anna was sure that was precisely why her interlocutor was always so lost in her thoughts. Since Anya had also told her guest about her brother, the heroine decided she could be honest with her. Therefore, Ariana then confessed that her target was not His Majesty the Emperor at all. She had come here for Lady Diana. Ari calmly admitted that she had long admired Madame Diana. The Empress made her very happy. The girl even said that she was there because she really wanted to meet her idol, at least this way. Anna's reaction was quite sweet. She found such confessions from a friend incredibly bold, and what's more, it seemed genuinely romantic. Ariana herself at that moment also noticed the kindness and responsiveness of her interlocutor, although the girl was a little careless. Meanwhile, her friend also asked Miss if the girl was okay. Anna thought it would be painful for her guest to see Lady Diana, although in reality, things were a bit different. If the lady became human, that would be painful, but the heroine decided to do everything to prevent it. Afterward, she didn't even consider the worst possible outcome. Several hours later, a multitude of identical-looking ladies asked Jessie, the first lady from the Western Palace to be granted an audience, how her meeting with His Majesty had gone. Jessie admitted that the man had been very kind. She even recounted how, when she dropped her fan, His Majesty had picked it up himself. The other girls instantly noticed the man's nobility. On the other hand, he could have simply lifted her fan and said, "Don't be nervous." Listening to all these ladies, the main character was shocked at why people attach so much importance to raising a fan. Moreover, her friend noticed Anna immediately become slightly displeased. Ariana still didn't raise anyone in this house. The next morning, Mistress Ariana awoke to the gentle voice of her maid. Opening her eyes, she noticed a multitude of maids entering her private room. The maids woke the girl to help her lady change. Today was the day of her audience with her master. Initially, the heroine found it odd that the assistants came early in the morning to help her change, since the date was scheduled for that night. But the servants were explained that they needed to prepare for the meeting in advance, even though Ari's turn wasn't until 10 hours later. At the same time, the mansion's resident was glad to finally see the emperor, despite everything. Still, isn't it a bit much to spend the entire day preparing and then eat nothing at all? But as soon as she looked in the mirror, her opinion on the preparations changed. The girl looked like a goddess descended from the heavens, like Lady Diana herself. Ari, of course, liked her bright clothes in the portraits, but this modest and elegant outfit was too beautiful. Carl met the girl in such a chic outfit. The bodyguard asked her to follow him. As soon as the girl saw the knight, she couldn't stop thinking about him being her friend's brother. But even so, Ariana was considering what she would say at her meeting with Her Majesty. The miss understood she shouldn't pretend ignorance, and she certainly didn't need to make it clear she wasn't Mistress Tessa. The girl decided to simply remain silent that day. Several minutes passed, and Carl was still leading the lady to the designated meeting place. It was so awkward that the young lady even felt like she'd die at this rate. Besides, her clothes and shoes were painfully uncomfortable. To lighten the mood, the aristocrat decided to ask what kind of person Lady Diana was. But the knight merely coldly ignored her question. Only a few minutes later did he declare that he was pleased to hear the lady trying to obtain information about Her Majesty. Since the man avoided answering, the girl decided to show her temper and called him a bad guy. It was immediately obvious the servant was angry. Perhaps being rude to a palace employee wasn't the best idea. The man immediately asked the miss what she would do if bad word about her reached His Majesty's ears. But the girl calmly responded to the provocation, and they continued on. Within a couple of minutes, the couple had arrived at a beautiful place. The emperor lived here. As soon as His Highness appeared on the horizon, he immediately burst into laughter. The king found it almost comical that Miss Ariana was the first to confront Sir Carl. Then Emperor Han offered his hand to Madame and suggested they take a stroll together. For a moment, the girl was confused and genuinely didn't understand what the guy's outstretched hand meant. So she simply clapped his hand, causing him to laugh. He then suggested they simply walk together. The girl herself was still trying to recover from the man's beauty. She had never seen anyone so beautiful. Ariana was curious about the man Madame Diana had married. He was truly very handsome, but sooner or later, his human beauty would fade. So the story's protagonist truly pondered the great witch's decision. Was it worth sacrificing her magical power and immortality for a fleeting smile? In just 20 years, she would regret it. Wouldn't it be better to embalm him in this state and enjoy his beauty forever? While Ariana was carefully considering her choice of idol, she, without noticing, began to openly stare at the emperor, which the young man noticed. Honestly, this was the first time the guy had ever seen a candidate stare at him so intently. So he decided to ask her if she had anything to say. Besides, the other candidates always had something to say, so he expected questions on absolutely everything. But imagine the man's surprise when the modest, at first glance girl asked him how he managed to seduce Madame Diana. In fact, he obviously had no answer to that question either. Khan truly didn't know how it happened, since Diana had been the one to seduce him first. He didn't know why it all happened, but it was true. Although the heroine thought this simply couldn't be true, the lady was certain he was using his handsome face as a weapon. The girl still didn't believe His Majesty, so she continued to question the emperor about how he had seduced the lady of his heart and persistently asked her to reveal the secret. Having never received the answer Ariana had long awaited, as the man insisted Diana had seduced him first, their date soon came to an end. The chief guard informed the boys that it was time to return to their rooms. The minutes they had spent together had flown by, indeed. Even as the girl was leaving for her chambers, the young man decided to ask her again if that was truly all she wanted to say. Even though you are human, you have been greatly honored to be loved by Madame Diana. That was all the lady added at that moment, and then Madame disappeared right out of the great man's sight. Then Carl approached the prince. It was already well past time, and it was crystal clear the boy hadn't been able to bear waiting so long. Furthermore, the emperor noted that he had previously seen the knight and one of the chosen ones arguing, so the man inquired about the cause of the conflict. At the mere mention of a disagreement, Carl immediately began denying that they had ever argued. But the emperor isn't blind, and since it wasn't an argument, the Khan ordered the boy to explain why things were so bad, while making it clear he wasn't blaming his employee for anything. The man had initially noticed that the candidate, Ariana, reminded him a lot of Diana when they first started dating. That's why he was so interested in asking the knight for details about this girl. Meanwhile, Carl thought it pointless, since she was such an impudent woman. To change the subject, His Majesty reminded himself that tomorrow evening would be Anna's turn. He assumed that Anya must be feeling very awkward in her role as Diana. Despite everything, the Emperor's chief aide was very grateful to his master. Therefore, the knight had to calmly prepare everything. As he left for home, Karl recalled his dear sister's words. The girl had told him that her friend was a real beauty. She was talking about Ariana. In fact, the young man had also found this lady quite striking and charming. The next morning, Ari had a conversation with the other chosen ones about His Majesty's behavior. The girls quizzed each other on various details of their meeting with the young heir to the throne. Most of the ladies assured him that he was quite good-natured. One of the women even admitted that she had gotten nervous and made a mistake, and the Khan corrected her. At that moment, Ari subconsciously understood perfectly well that she was the only one who had started a spat with His Majesty. But since she couldn't share all the details with the girls, she chose to say that the man hadn't been as kind to her as he had to others. At the same time, the heroine noticed Jessie. Her friend paused for a few minutes, then remarked out loud that she'd noticed Ariana had been with His Majesty longer than the allotted hour yesterday. Of course, Lady Ari knew the allotted time had already passed, but Miss had no idea it was such a significant matter. Besides, it seemed odd that her friend was keeping track of someone else's rendezvous time. To avoid being separated from the group, the young lady decided to justify herself by saying that she hadn't noticed the passage of time while talking. Just then, one of the candidates mentioned a delicious dinner with His Majesty, and so the girls switched to another topic. After tea, Ariana had already devised her next plans. Anna had been busy preparing for her meeting with the Emperor since early morning, so now was the perfect time for the heroine to search for traces of Lady Diana. Magic always leaves its traces where it was used, and if she found the places where magic was used, she would also find traces of the witch. Several hours passed, and the girl explored literally every corner of the palace's outer garden. Searching for traces turned out to be more important than she thought. While the girl was hiding in the bushes, the knight Karl approached her from behind. The girl looked truly strange, so the man decided to find out what she was doing there. The problem was that the knight recognized Ari without a problem. The heroine couldn't even understand how he remembered her so well. Without waiting for an explanation from the lady, the man began arguing with the candidate again. The young man even admitted how glad he was that the lady wasn't Her Majesty the Empress. Although only a few years had passed since the guard had seen Her Majesty the Empress, it was not surprising that he could easily distinguish the queen from any other girl. Ari then continued the argument, stating that this was the essence of the bet. The girl tried to convey to him her incomprehension of how some Karl could recognize the Empress if even the Emperor himself could not. Such attempts to interfere in something that wasn't his business only infuriated the knight further. The girl seemed to be seriously considering a fight. Although the lady herself believed it was the guard who had started the conflict, continuing it since the previous evening. Soon, the boys reached the palace. As soon as the lady and the knight entered the main room of the mansion, Ari decided to say hello, but the man hinted against it. This was because the other candidates were just discussing their rival. The girls thought Anya really did look a lot like Her Majesty the Empress. Jessie was sharing with another girl her opinion that Anna could very well be faking it, which is precisely why she spends so much time with His Majesty. An hour and a half had already passed, and she still hadn't returned. While chatting, the ladies also noted that Ariana had been late yesterday, but not that long. And there was a rumor that the two friends had recently had a fight. Of course, Ari wasn't happy that the other competitors remembered her, since she hadn't wanted it herself. But at that moment, the lady was more concerned about the fact that Anna was still meeting with the Emperor. Moreover, the other ladies also noticed her resemblance to Lady Diana. Moreover, Diana's main fan noticed that Anya is the same as her brother. For some reason, Every time the conversation turns to the emperor, both he and she have this expression on their faces. And so, the audiences of all the participants in the Western Palace came to an end. The rivals began to seriously worry about their future. What would happen next? No one knew yet, which made the enchanted young ladies even more terrified. If someone is expelled, does that mean that girl is going home? Who will remain, rather than the emperor being able to find her? And who spent the most time with His Majesty? How many questions arose without any possible answers? And so, panic began to spread throughout the palace. Meanwhile, His Majesty was discussing matters with his deputy, Morris. The aide pointed out that it was necessary to consider how the Empress might have changed. Furthermore, the servant was already eager to hear his superior's decision. Khan admitted that everything turned out to be more complicated than he expected. At home, it was truly extremely difficult to figure out who was who among these 108 beautiful ladies who all looked alike. His Majesty explained that there were certain issues that troubled him, but they were difficult to address during casual conversation. Furthermore, the young man was still unsure of his choice. Based on his statements, the aide decided to ask whether the bet with his wife had been too risky. Of course, the deal didn't actually guarantee the best outcome. Too many of the participants resembled Diana. Besides, the emperor was completely at a loss to understand whether Diana was deliberately trying to look unlike herself. And there's only one attempt. Even though a man has no time limit, if he makes the slightest mistake, he'll lose his wife. The protagonist himself understood he had to be careful, but time was running out. He needed to make a decision quickly. But even if the king expels Her Majesty the Empress herself, he will still have someone similar to her, as Morris's assistant pointed out aloud. Now it was time to consider whether there was a better way. To help the emperor, the assistant decided to ask who had most attracted the young man's attention. Then, without thinking twice, Han remembered that there was a contestant who most resembled Diana, Lola from the Eastern Palace. Morris couldn't help but agree with his superior. This girl had a beautiful gait and impeccable manners. Moreover, the servant noticed that she knew her way around the castle perfectly. Just like Madame Anna from the Western Palace, in fact. But it certainly wasn't her, as the deputy believed. Lola, she was the one who scored the highest among the Eastern Palace contestants, and particularly attracted attention at first glance. There were even rumors in the Eastern Palace that she wasn't Lola at all, and that she even had followers. But still, there must be a reason why the emperor didn't choose her. And the reason was actually quite simple. Emperor Han considered her too similar, which was what made the young man hesitant. He knew his wife very well after all, and she would have acted differently. Diana would truly do anything to prevent the man she loved from recognizing her until the very end. Would she really, having decided to test his sincerity, give him such an easy choice? Definitely not. The Diana Khan knows isn't that kind of person. In any case, Lola was so similar that the boy was beginning to feel uneasy. Although Morris found his boss's doubts extremely puzzling, wasn't there something about Lady Diana that they couldn't emulate? By pointing this out, the man was trying to convey the truth to his boss. Lady Diana was the only witch of their time to reveal herself. No matter the candidate's acting skills, they couldn't replicate Madame Diana's role as a witch. That's why the assistant suggested giving Countess Lola a simple test, something that would be easy for Madame Diana. But if she wasn't her, the girl simply wouldn't be able to pass it. Within minutes, Lola received a special assignment from her master. And although the guard couldn't explain who the summons was from, it was perfectly clear to all the ladies that it was from His Majesty. Whose other assignment would a knight undertake? Upon opening the paper, it read, "In the tower alone," indicating the meeting place. The girls in the area, who had also read the letter addressed to the lady behind her back, were simply delighted. Everyone assumed it was a secret meeting in the tower, just the two of them. The girl's friend, Chris, immediately asked her acquaintance if she was going. Although the question was rather silly, Lola had no choice. Meanwhile, the other candidate found the message a bit odd. His Majesty could, of course, have summoned Lola through a night, but my lady didn't know exactly who had summoned her. Eavesdropping on their girlfriends, the rivals decided Chris was simply jealous. What could be dangerous about a list brought by a knight? The girls even started giggling. After all, they had previously considered Chris Lola's best friend. And yet, Lady Lola was truly forced to go to the meeting. And despite her friend's strange premonition that even if it had been sent by His Majesty, this was a very incomprehensible letter. But the girl simply told her not to worry, as she knew perfectly well what she was doing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the palace, Katie brought new gossip for her rivals. This girl was one of those who came here not to become Empress, but to have a good time in the imperial palace. And as someone who came here only to have fun, she gets along with everyone and also begs for a lot of information. In any case, she's funny, which is why most girls like her just as much as the main character in this story. This girl is especially funny when it comes to gossip, but my lady is nothing like Lady Diana. So, the little girl just returned from the Eastern Palace and told how one of the participants received a secret message from His Majesty himself. The girl conveyed the chaos currently reigning in the Eastern region. As soon as the candidates heard this, they immediately began chatting among themselves, putting forward a number of theories. A secret meeting, alone with His Majesty. Perhaps this isn't a final decision yet? He simply had time to meet with someone alone, and so the news really caused a stir in the mansion. In fact, at that moment, the witch's admirer didn't like this at all. After all, the man had been given a 5-year sentence, and he'd already found her, which meant the emperor had won. And Lady Diana would now truly become human. This change in the timeline was clearly not part of Ari's plans. Moreover, at that moment, the girl noticed her friend's strange behavior. Anna was clawing at her dress so tightly, as if she were ready to rip it to shreds. Although the lady herself said she felt slightly uncomfortable there, indicating that everything was fine. Finally, Anya went to her room. As soon as her friend pulled away, the heroine decided to find out more details about the news. The first thing the lady did was ask the name of the participant. Katie immediately revealed that it was Lola, a girl who had been very successful there. Then the gossip monger shared that the secret meeting of the newlyweds would take place in the tower, a separate annex of the castle. The location of the secret rendezvous seemed odd to Ariana. She thought she'd better make sure she was indeed Diana before Lola and His Majesty met. However, the missing girl's admirer understood perfectly well that if it really was Diana, Ari would simply start hating himself. In any case, the guest had come here to thwart her idol. She was a witch, like the mistress, which meant she would likely remain undetected. Meanwhile, the young woman was already busily preparing for the secret rendezvous. Lola was so happy to have found the perfume that Madame Diana wore. The lady had always merely observed His Majesty from a distance, but now she had the chance to become Empress herself. Who wouldn't rejoice at such a phenomenal opportunity? The young lady even used the perfume of the woman who had argued, just to completely capture the emperor's heart. Her plan was simply doomed to succeed. It was time to head to that very place. As soon as the lady reached the secret room, the door immediately locked itself without the slightest attempt to open it. And though Lola was bored and prayed to be let out, no one was going to do so. That night, my lady was doomed to remain in the enchanted tower. Meanwhile, Ariana was going crazy, wondering if she should go see Lola. Although the girl was nervous, she wasn't as flushed and rosy as Anna. The heroine even thought her friend was sick. Moreover, during the meal, Lola was rather absent-minded. Now Ariana, like a true friend, was seriously concerned about Anna's well-being, both mentally and physically. And seeing that sad face like Mrs. Diana's, even the lady's heart began to ache. But even so, Mrs. Diana's face was heaven on earth. The heroine then decided to confess that she'd been wondering the whole time if she should go and check if the contestant really was Ms. Diana. She deliberately shared her concerns with Ms. Anna in an effort to calm and support the girl. Although then, the closest person to Ari in the palace remarked that her friend had told her she had come to find the Empress. Anna guessed that her interlocutor might also be sad that everything was coming to an end. But the lady herself admitted that she wasn't particularly sad. The last sentence seemed to finish the aristocrat off, causing the girl to burst into tears. She began crying so unexpectedly that it genuinely startled Ari. The lady then apologized for her outburst, after which the girls went together to the ladies' room as one of them needed to blow her nose. As Anna walked through the palace, she couldn't help but speculate about the secret meeting. The young lady pointed out that Lola had probably already met His Majesty. His Majesty was probably studying Lola closely, holding her hand, smiling at having found her, and their lips would soon be locked. Anna continued to speak out, trying in every way to prove that this was the happiest moment in the aristocrat's life. If only the lady knew the real truth and what was actually happening to the poor candidate's body at that moment. It seemed as if Lola had already been chosen as Empress. Recently, the girls began to notice that nothing had happened in the past 3 days. Moreover, my friends noticed something odd. At certain times, the dining room was always full, but lately it has been almost empty, and I would like to understand why. Then one of the girls told Ariana that Lola hadn't left the tower for 3 days, and all the other residents were leaving to observe this spectacle. The girls were doing this deliberately. They weren't interested in Lola herself, but in the appearance of His Majesty. That same day, a terrified Katie ran into the Eastern Castle to share the bad news. Lola was dead. All the ladies gathered outside, terrified, trying to figure out what had really happened. There were so many people that it was hard to see anything clearly. It seemed like all the participants had gathered there. In the crowd, the main character spotted only one unfortunate young lady. The young woman was crying. She was the first contestant to discover the candidate's body. The other contestants even began to speculate that this lady might have been Lola's killer. Who knows? Maybe she killed her and was now behaving like this. But why would she have come here then? Only Morris looked at the dead young lady with complete coldness. He asked the servants to remove the body immediately. After all, the original plan had simply been to lock Lola in the tower. The real Lady Diana would have been able to break down the locked door or simply fly down. Because the Emperor's true chosen one is not only a witch, but also a war heroine. And she wouldn't have died so pathetically. Based on the condition of the girl's body, the castle's deputy lord assumed she died shortly after being locked in the dark part of the palace. The pathologist also confirmed this. The woman had likely died at dawn 3 days earlier, but the doctor never found the murder weapon. However, looking at the woman's neck alone, everything became clear. At that point, her throat seemed to split in two. Morris then realized everything perfectly well. His suspicions were correct. There was a very real chance that one of the participants was the perpetrator. So the assistant decided to report it to his superior. The woman was strangled from behind. Furthermore, there were no signs of a physical struggle, only a suffocation mark. They were close to each other. It could also be suggested that the accomplice had a confidential relationship with the woman. And yet, nothing could be changed, and Lola wasn't Diana anyway. The girl had merely undergone some meticulous preparation to resemble the Empress. Although Khan still felt very sorry for the candidate, she was too beautiful a girl to die. The strangest thing was that the criminal killed the lady right in her room. Moreover, She killed her just a few hours after entering the tower. Why then attempt to assassinate a contestant who was most likely Diana? If she had been the Empress, the outcome would have been the opposite. There was only one logical option. She was certain it wasn't the Countess. This outcome complicated matters even more. An innocent pretender was killed for no apparent reason. At that moment, Morris noticed that the competition among the participants was even more fierce than they had anticipated. There were 107 people gathered here, all of different statuses, personalities, and backgrounds. It would be even stranger to expect there wouldn't be a single bad person among them. And there's nothing strange about the criminal hiding. But this complicates things further. It turns out that even if the Emperor has doubts, he himself won't be able to do anything. But the assistant, after the man expressed his worries, dispelled his doubts. This is not at all the case. In fact, the head of the kingdom now has a precise way to identify Her Majesty the Empress, and everything will be much simpler than it was initially, or so the Prime Minister believed. All that was needed was to simply allow the participants to compete among themselves without any restrictions. The deputy chief proposed that from now on, His Majesty would no longer choose anyone, but let all the candidates for the Emperor's chosen spouse compete for the man themselves. Then they would allow the girls to use any tactics, any weapons, and Morris and Khan would allow them to kill and hunt each other. Besides, the assistant didn't see anything cruel in such a decision. After all, it was the participants themselves who started it. It's a small war. Since she doesn't want to reveal herself, the Emperor and his servants will make sure she's forced to reveal her identity, no matter how hard the true mistress tries to hide among her 107 rivals. Only a war heroine could be the last survivor, meaning she would be the true Lady Diana. Therefore, this decision was quite interesting and logical, in Morris's opinion. Meanwhile, the story's protagonist lay in her chambers, slightly relieved that Lola wasn't Lady Diana. But still, the lady couldn't stop thinking about who had killed the girl. The noblewoman couldn't even imagine being so envious of another participant. Ariana couldn't just put the man's death out of her mind. Another participant, Anya, entered the ladies' room next. Anya explained that the knight was calling all the participants together, so she invited her friend to come with her. It was obvious something was about to happen. They had called all the participants together, meaning they were about to announce something. Ari also noticed that among the candidates was a girl in a wheelchair. What were they planning to say that even a person with disabilities was called here? Just minutes later, Morris made an announcement to everyone. A decision had been made to try a new selection method. But before that, the Prime Minister thought to inform the ladies that His Majesty had never invited Lady Lola to the tower. One of his most distinguished staff also explained that the Countess had been murdered, after which he reminded the contenders that the criminal was now among them. The man added that he also didn't know why the killer chose evil. He had merely speculated that perhaps Lady Lola looked too suitable for the role of Empress, and as much as he wished, that didn't protect her from danger. In any case, Morris came up with the idea of saying that after yesterday's incident, it was His Majesty who had come up with a more reliable and practical way to determine who Her Majesty the Empress was. It was unclear why the Emperor's aide had disguised it in such a way. After these changes were announced, the candidates immediately began whispering among themselves. "What about the selection method? What about the criminal?" the ladies asked each other. Then the minister announced that, in light of Her Majesty the Empress's past as a great war heroine, a small war would also be organized among the candidates. The rules of this duel are quite simple. The setting is the Imperial Palace, and there are no other restrictions. The goal of each of the 107 remaining girls is to kill the other participants. And of course, try to survive. As terribly cruel as it sounded, the girls were forced to believe Morris wasn't joking. Then the man explained that, of course, he wasn't saying everyone should die. That wouldn't be beneficial to the dispute between the emperor and empress. The ladies will have to fight until His Majesty determines Her Majesty the Empress. Or rather, until it can be said with certainty that one of the ladies is the Empress. Thus, all the young lady will have to do is nominate a candidate, and the emperor will then choose her. The wager will be over as soon as the Empress's identity is revealed. Simply put, it will be a race for survival between the ladies. Her Majesty the Empress will survive this war no matter what, and she will certainly stand out more than anyone else. If the gentleman and the Prime Minister quickly find the Empress, many will survive. If the search drags on, it will continue until only one woman remains. To be fair, Morris also added that if any of the candidates are unsure of themselves, they can withdraw. In that case, those who decline will remain in the palace, but will be kept in a specially designated area until the end of the competition. But this whole proposal sounded truly incomprehensibly strange. Ariana still couldn't understand the point. Do everything possible to ensure that Ms. Diana has no choice but to give herself away? A highly illogical and incomprehensible solution, even for such a dispute. Being a great witch, and immortal to boot, this still posed no danger to Lady Diana, meaning she had nothing to worry about. The girl assumed that was precisely why the emperor had come up with such a strange plan. If your life is at stake, no matter what power you're hiding, you'll try to stay alive. Right now, Ariana herself doesn't know who Lady Diana is, so how can a contestant hide her from the emperor? She won't get an answer to that question anytime soon. Others were also outraged by the higher powers decision. One lady in the crowd shouted that it was complete nonsense to kill people you'd befriended. The girl decided not to give up her rights, but she also didn't want to allow war. Most of the other candidates agreed with her. In fact, it all really did seem like coercion. Most of them were trying to prevent war, but only a few were seriously considering it. Even if most of the contenders for the role of the emperor's wife refused, there would still be those who would take part. And there will certainly be those who will take a particularly active part in all of this. After all, the ladies can be simply obsessed with the idea of becoming the new empress. What the Prime Minister implied was that the war could have been avoided if no one had gotten involved. But is that really possible? Considering what everyone here knows, among the 107 girls is the killer who killed Miss Lola. After the meeting, Anna and Ariana discussed the new measure. Anna admitted she was worried because even if one person decided to participate, everyone would ultimately be drawn in. Ariana, for her part, believed that this was the emperor's original intention. Anna seemed to sense that this was most likely Mr. Morris's plan. Indeed, he was the only one who could have come up with something so vile and disgusting. And yet, as horrific as this plan was, it was truly effective. The emperor likely didn't fully approve of this proposal, but somehow agreed, accepting the Prime Minister's logical choice. Just looking at Ari, it was clear how worried she was. So her friend decided to reassure her acquaintance. At the very least, Anna had an older brother, a very powerful knight. So the lady could ask him to help the girls. And then both ladies would be safe. And although Miss refused help, her close acquaintance truly had no intention of allowing anyone to harm her friend. Even as she spoke such bold words, the girl herself was trembling with fear. At that moment, Ariana realized that she, too, had to protect the person closest to her in this place. Behind her, girlfriends walked another candidate, Jessie. She was also considering her next move. If she left the palace right now, the only thing awaiting her would be a mountain of debt and prison. After all, the young woman had long since set herself the goal of becoming empress at any cost. The real Lady Diana is a witch. Therefore, the girl understood that she had no chance against a witch. But the contenders were also told that it wasn't necessary to kill everyone. Even if Jessie simply had fewer rivals, her chances of becoming Empress would significantly increase. The girl knew from the start that all the weaklings would naturally abstain out of fear. Then she would need to avoid the real Lady Diana, but those who had won His Majesty's trust would need to be eliminated. And at that moment, the lady was just talking about women like Anna and Ariana. Everyone said there wouldn't be a war, but a young witch, a fan of Diana's, decided to cast a special spell just in case for her own safety. This way, the girl would always know who was entering her room. Then the noblewoman decided to go and cast the spell on the door to her friend's room. As she approached her friend's room, Ariana noticed a knight standing outside the estate. Even then, the young lady noticed Sir Carl's concern for Anya. Ari was truly glad her brother wasn't the head of the knights. At least now, the heroine had no need to interfere. At this point, the girl couldn't stop thinking about how her friend was also worried about her and trying to protect her. It was very sweet of her boyfriend. In fact, deep down, Ariana really wished Anya wasn't Mrs. Diana. As she was leaving for her room, the girl heard someone following her. It was obvious someone was targeting the candidate, even though they'd said there wouldn't be a war. Ariana wondered who this contestant was who had changed her mind, but she knew she had to stand up for herself. So, quietly, as if squatting down to sniff a flower, the girl grabbed the stone in her hand for self-defense. But as soon as the heroine turned around, she saw that same knight standing before her. Carl instantly reminded the lady that the girl was in danger. Moreover, the man deftly grabbed Ari's hand, which was holding the stone. The princess tried to break free from the strong man's grip, but of course, she had difficulty doing so. Despite all this, the beauty was surprised why the sir was pursuing her, even though the soldier had previously assured her that he wouldn't attack anyone unarmed. It turned out to be much simpler. Anna had asked her brother to keep an eye on her friend to ensure her safety. After everything was explained, Carl asked the palace resident to put the stone back. The guard's expression was rather pessimistic at that moment. The guest couldn't even understand why she saw such disdain on his part every time. After all, the candidate wasn't about to throw the stone directly at the guy. It's as if he simply hates his sister's friend. After all, Anya had asked him to, so he didn't really have a choice. But still, Anya decided to go home alone without prying eyes. The modest woman thanked the bodyguard for his help, but explained that she was strong enough, so it would be good if the man didn't do that next time. The woman explained that such human behavior irritated her a little, and that night she went to her room on her own. The next day, the participants argued again over a broken plate. Everyone was tense, even if they tried to pretend everything was fine. It was definitely not the most pleasant or positive atmosphere. Ariana, for her part, tried to pretend to be as nervous as everyone else, but it seemed she overdid it. Over lunch, the young lady decided to switch gears and tell her friend about the aristocrat's brothers spotting her yesterday. Anna explained that her brother was an excellent swordsman and could be trusted, but at that moment, her friend was simply musing on how closely the other participants were watching the girls. For some reason, the participants were watching so intently, as if they thought the women across from them would attack them in pairs. At that very moment, the heroine felt an unpleasant burning sensation somewhere in her chest. This sensation meant only one thing. Someone had broken into Arena's room. The young lady immediately rose from under the dining table, apologized to her friend, and quickly went to investigate in her own quarters. As she approached the bedroom, Miss noticed that the magic on the door hadn't worn off, meaning it wasn't Lady Diana who'd broken in. A second later, the room's owner steeled herself and took the first step toward the bed. "Come out!" the lady commanded confidently. A moment later, Jessie emerged from the corner, a sharp blade in her hand. "Forgive me, but I must kill you, Ariana," the girl declared, heading straight for the image of the young lady. Since the witch was prepared for such an attack, the girl skillfully tripped her, causing the killer to fall to the floor a second later. How angry Ari was that Jessie had chosen her. For some reason, everyone was trying to anger Miss. However, there was no time to dwell on the unfairness of life. Ariana had to decide what to do next. First, the girl had knocked out her rival, so maybe she should lock her up somewhere and sort things out later that night. Then the story's protagonist chose to hide the girl. She gently tugged the lady's hand, dragging the beauty with the Empress's face across the floor of her room. A couple of minutes later, Ariana returned to lunch with her friend. To avoid revealing the whole truth, the girl was forced to say she was rushing to the bathroom. Ariana then decided this was the perfect opportunity to ask Anya if her sister could request Sir Carl to increase security. Anna was pleased by the concern, but the young lady also made it clear that if the knights were always on duty, the other participants would be just as easy to deal with. This was logical, so she just had to accept the trouble. Well, it had already happened. And well, the character was glad that Jessie had attacked her first, and not her close friend. That night, Ariana decided to finally figure out how to silence Jessie. She had the brilliant idea of using invisibility magic. After that, the young lady could be abandoned somewhere in the garden where the lady immediately went. It so happened that as Ariana was leaving her room, dragging the invisible body of another aristocrat across the floor, she accidentally encountered the couple involved in the dispute. The contenders were surprised that their roommate was going for a walk alone at such a late hour, so they offered to accompany them. But the palace resident explained that everything was fine, lied, saying she was just going for some fresh air, and then returning immediately, and continued on her way. It was a good thing that, thanks to the invisibility magic, no one but the young witch saw the maniac. After Ari used the magic she needed, the inexperienced sorceress was now convinced that Jessie would eventually wake up. The chosen one understood that she didn't need the girls to worry over trifles. That night, she left Miss, who had attacked her, near a tree in the garden. The next morning, the heroine woke up to strange sounds outside. People were talking so loudly that Ariana decided to peek out of her room to see what was going on. As soon as she looked into the hallway, she spotted her friend, who was gesturing for Ariana to join their group. As soon as the girl approached the boys, she overheard them discussing the previous night. The candidates immediately began asking Ari if she had seen anyone suspicious while she was out walking the previous night. The girls reported that Jessie had been found dead. This was extremely strange, as the heroine couldn't have hit her that hard. Later, it became clear that the Emperor's would-be wife had been stabbed to death. After speaking with the ladies, Charles decided to speak privately with his assistant guard. The man admitted that one of the women, who had emerged in a nightgown, had struck him as odd. Somewhere on a subconscious level, the palace's chief knight sensed something was wrong. He noticed that the lady was interested not in the incident itself, but in how Jessie died. Meanwhile, after the same conversation, the protagonist of this story began to seriously wonder who killed Jessie. She even considered using surveillance magic to clarify this question, which was currently tormenting her so much. But unfortunately, the lady couldn't quite afford it. What if Lady Diana discovered traces of the witch's magic? Using magic on the door was also dangerous. But if Ariana used it in the garden, the Empress would certainly notice. Now the girl didn't know whether Lady Diana wanted to stay with the Emperor. But the aristocrat also suspected that the mistress of the palace would probably be upset if she learned that one of the candidates had come to stop her. What should she do now? How difficult it was to make the right decision without harming others or damaging her own reputation even further. In this difficult moment of contemplation, the Emperor himself suddenly appeared on the horizon. He jumped out from under the bushes, slightly startling the girl. In this guise, The king even resembled a fairy, so the girl wasn't at all afraid of him. The guy's first question was whether his potential wife wasn't afraid of the whole war and the murder, which had already been committed. Then the lady pointed out that the guy was actually encouraging this kind of struggle, knowing it was terrifying. He really did look like a handsome psychopath. The man himself believed such actions were contrary to the true Diana. And for someone who isn't Empress, only one thing can be said: the greater the risk, the greater the gain. And in this situation, the greatest gain is His Majesty the Khan himself. But Ariana didn't seem to be at all eager to receive such a prize. And although the boy pointed out that the position of Empress was the best gift, the girl saw nothing good in it. In any case, only one person could occupy this position. Because of this, many are at risk. Listening to the beauty's assurances, the emperor immediately realized that this was the same woman who had asked him how a man had seduced Diana. The king even remembered the girl's name. So surprised had she been. Although the question didn't offend him at all, it was rather a bit shocking. And although the girl considered her reasoning rather aggressive, Khan thought otherwise. The young man found the question quite charming. In short, he'd long since gotten used to it. Still, Ariana decided to ask His Majesty if he'd mistaken the girl for the real Lady Diana after that conversation. With this question, the heroine seemed to have misled herself. At one point, the lady admitted she hadn't come to participate so that she could be mistaken for Madame Diana. The man found this answer quite intriguing, but only if this girl was indeed the lady. In a split second, the contestant became embarrassed, her cheeks flushing red. Ariana immediately began to deny all assumptions. How could a girl possibly be as beautiful, as refined, and simply perfect as Ms. Diana? The noblewoman knew she shouldn't have denied it so openly, but she was deeply embarrassed, as she had to prevent the emperor from winning this bet. The situation truly became even stranger. But the emperor even laughed at this turn of events. Then the man again suggested that it was the real Diana standing before him. If the pretender had simply wanted to portray the empress, then shouldn't she have done so more persistently? Ariana didn't back down, declaring that if she'd wanted to impersonate Mrs. Diana, she would have stayed put when the man approached her. But now she took a couple of steps back. The girl then decided to ask again how His Majesty had seduced his daughter-in-law. The young man, without thinking twice, decided to demonstrate this with actions rather than words. He instantly pulled the girl close, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. At that moment, everything around her seemed to freeze. Ariana was lost in the prince's blue eyes, like a lake itself. The setting was quite intimate, and right at that moment, another participant accidentally bumped into the couple. Ariana felt so awkward that she instantly pushed the guy's body away from her, turned around, and ran toward the palace. She was so embarrassed that the whole situation irritated her beyond belief. Besides, it was unclear who the girl was watching them was. It seemed like some kind of setup. It's no wonder things here are so confusing time and time again. But even if the events were confusing, were they as confusing as the atmosphere in the Western Palace? The surveillance was so intense that it felt like the girls couldn't breathe. Anna merely sneezed, and 5 people were already staring at her. And when Ariana picked up a fallen werewolf, they immediately started treating her like a thief. And how Ariana could now secretly find the real Lady Diana in this atmosphere of utter bloodshed was completely unclear. And although the heroine had her own search plan, her next steps were now changing almost every second. That same day, Katie assertively played the role of mentor, ordering the other girls to pull themselves together. Although frankly, her competitors didn't think such a speech would help the other contestants. The girl tried to explain to the boys that there were 107 of them left, and were they really just going to sit back and tremble in fear over one killer? Actually, 2 had died. So that meant there were only 105 girls left. Watching from the sidelines, Ariana didn't even think about interfering with Lady Katie's choice. Imagine her surprise when her friend also joined her rival and agreed that they had to do something before it was too late. Otherwise, she believed they would simply kill each other. Ariana truly didn't expect Anya to speak up. For some reason, her friend was certain that she, like Ariana, didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to herself. However, after the girl's comment, the other ladies immediately began to agree. One of the participants even suggested teaming up, refusing to live in constant fear. The chosen ones decided to identify the killer themselves and finish the job. But what a hassle it was! Who would have known that the girls would have to sit in one big circle and take turns telling their alibis? Katie suggested that each one tell what she did the night before. Nancy spoke first. She was asleep. She added that she usually doesn't leave her room after sunset. Montana, who was in her bedroom reading a book, joined in. Ariana admitted that when Jesse was still alive, she'd been walking in the garden. And around the time of Jesse's death, Ari was asleep in her room. As soon as the heroine said this, everyone around her started whispering, "Walking? Alone? At the time of Jesse's death? And was Jesse really alive then? Why did she decide to go for a walk at that time? Alone?" It was as if Ariana knew things would turn out this way. It wouldn't be hard for her to tell the truth, but if they started picking on words, it would be very troublesome. At that moment, Claire, the same girl who, along with her friend Anjali, had seen the lady that night, came to Ari's defense. The participant explained that Ariana was definitely not the killer, as she had left the room empty-handed and returned empty-handed. Then someone in the crowd shouted that Jesse had been killed with a knife and that it wasn't hard to hide that weapon. Claire quickly explained that a knife could be hidden, but blood couldn't. The girl noticed that Ari had nothing in her hands, and her clothes were clean. Moreover, the girl had returned very quickly. The arguments were heard, and so another young lady began to tell her alibi. So everyone had already spoken, but there were no leads. Although it was understandable, what killer would say he was the killer? Then one girl in the crowd remembered another contender, a noblewoman named Agatha. This lady had never left her room since the change in conditions, and the contestant was currently not with them, meaning she had no public alibi. Agatha's room is on the first floor. She could easily escape secretly through the terrace, which is why the other candidates were suspicious of her. Once the other candidates began to seriously consider this, they decided to follow her to her chambers. At least most of the girls remained in the lobby. That's why Ariana decided to sit, not wanting to be caught up in any unnecessary commotion. That same day, while no one saw it, the night Carl was watching the whole crowd of girls from the sidelines. Why was the man here? It was perfectly clear. He just couldn't get Ari's answer out of his head for some reason. Carl noticed that the lady wasn't even surprised that Jesse was in danger. The man saw how the girl couldn't understand how another participant had died. It struck him as suspicious, not so much as strange. Now, the knight seriously considered the possibility that Ariana might be the murderer. At the very least, she was definitely connected to this case, as far as the Sir knew. And yet, the warrior realized he simply couldn't interrogate the candidate for the post of Empress. As Carl passed the Prime Minister, he was so deep in thought that he didn't even notice he'd been called. Morris was curious to find out what the young man was thinking about, as that was often the case with knights. After a brief pause, the young man admitted he'd been thinking about the recent murder of a female participant. He admitted there were several things that were bothering him. The Prime Minister had also heard about the incident, so he decided to ask the guard how things were going and whether the killer had been found. But the Emperor's chief aide's words about the young man's concern didn't sit well with him. Before speaking, Morris asked the Sir not to be offended by what the man was about to say. It was clear that the conversation would then turn to the extreme curiosity of the palace bodyguard. The man admitted he didn't understand why Karl was conducting an investigation into a situation His Imperial Majesty had given his approval. The deputy wanted to remind him that His Imperial Majesty had authorized them to kill. So, even if the guard found the killer, he would have nothing further to do. Moreover, the Prime Minister asked not to take everything so seriously. The war between the participants was approved, indeed, unleashed, by His Imperial Majesty, Morris said, after which the assistant pressed the young man even harder, asking Karl if the guard was really going to arrest the woman who had carried out the will of the Emperor himself. Even though, come to think of it, she hadn't even broken the law. Morris understood that he was dealing with a fairly honest man, but he nevertheless advised the knight not to waste his time. To distract the young man and keep him busy, Morris decided to order the knight to deliver some special books to his private office. At that moment, Karl felt humiliated by the injustice and even considered quitting. Meanwhile, Ariana learned from a friend that Agatha was going to be locked in a room. In fact, the contestants couldn't possibly allow themselves to behave like that, but the competitors insisted that they would now take turns guarding the door. At least some shred of humanity remains in these houses, thanks to the fact that everyone takes turns bringing food to the lady. Ariana herself began to seriously worry that all this would come back to haunt the ladies. But Anna reassured her that it was unlikely they would suffer. The girls had been given carte blanche to kill. Well, they locked her in her own room. No big deal, it seemed. Although, looking at Anna alone, it was clear how sad the ladies looked. At that very moment, Anna's brother joined the girls' conversation. The young man explained that he and his sister needed to talk. Something strange was going on, and that's why Karl was planning to discuss something with his brother. The knight immediately launched into his main point. He advised the girl, if she found herself in danger, to kill rather than die. Ariana wanted to leave them alone, but argued that it was best not to, as it would be interesting to hear such a conversation. Then the warrior explained that it seemed the Chancellor was planning to hush up the investigation into the participants' murder. This meant even more blood would soon be spilled. If things really came to that, Karl advised his sister not to try to play the innocent. The girl absolutely had to survive. After listening to their conversation, Ariana, who was sitting nearby, decided to intervene in her brother's moralizing. The noblewoman didn't like the fact that the boy was advising his sister to become a murderer. The young man remained confident in his words and recommendations. When life is at stake, all means are fair. He also decided to ask the lady in return whether she would have acted differently. To his surprise, Ariana agreed. The girl was determined to prove that she wouldn't stoop to such a humiliating level. Ari admitted that she was particularly offended by the knight's suggestion that his sister not defend herself, but simply kill everyone and be done with it. While the heroine did seem to be nitpicking the warrior's words, it was understandable. Before Karl arrived, she and her friend had been having a pleasant time. The argument was escalating, so Anna decided to calm the boys down. But the boy and girl seemed completely unwilling to listen to the other girl. They squabbled like little children. After a moment, the enemies finally managed to calm down. Unfortunately, they heard a loud scream somewhere in the castle. The boys immediately ran toward the screams. A whole crowd of girls had gathered around the room of one of the contenders. When the crowd dispersed, the heroes saw another lady's corpse. Someone had killed Agatha. Her neck was bleeding, and the bed was already beginning to permeate the smell of the dead body. The sight was not the most pleasant. The chief knight of the Eastern Castle decided to take matters into his own hands and, to calm the girls, asked them all to go to their rooms. He also introduced himself as Captain of the Guard, after which he ordered them to touch nothing and leave the scene of the crime. Ariana and Anna were among the first to leave. As soon as the girls left the strange chambers, they began to speculate aloud about who could have taken Mrs. Life. It wasn't clear. Poor Agatha had been locked in there. Perhaps she had committed suicide. Before she could get far from the room, the lady heard more screams. This time, the contestants began fighting among themselves. They also began attacking Carl. So, Anna and Ari had to help free him from the attacking women. That time, Carl and his sister Anna suffered slightly at the hands of the bloodthirsty ladies. But all was relatively well, the couple only sustaining a few scrapes and bruises. Ariana really did help the boys, especially the young man, although the girl herself slightly mocked the fact that, despite being a strong knight, he was being tossed around by the girls. Well, the knight was understandable since the guy couldn't fight back against women. Besides, the guy openly showed that he wasn't pleased with the fact that yet another contender for the Emperor's bride was sticking her nose into things that weren't her business and asking why a knight shouldn't have sex with women. However, coming from his lips, it sounded as if knights were whipping boys, as if that was precisely what was written in the warrior's code, or so it seemed to Ariana. Mrs. Sarcastic assertions angered the man even more, but the boy controlled himself as best he could. He understood, after all, that he shouldn't talk to a lady he didn't like, lest he get irritated. Meanwhile, Ariana was carefully examining the wounds on her friend's face. The black eye was hurting quite a bit, and Ari felt sorry for her friend, who was too kind. And although the beatings looked serious, at least now they would be able to distinguish the participants. Many had bruises from the fight. Then a friend pointed out to the lady that if nothing was done, a scar might remain. So Ariana decided to go to the infirmary and bring Anna a special ointment. The girl also promised to bring some medicine for the night, but only if the pharmacy had any extras. As the girl slowly disappeared from view on her way to the palace, Carl decided to ask his sister again if she really needed to befriend such an exceptional person. It was clear that Carol disliked this young lady, not to mention Anna herself. His friend seemed to dote on her closest friend in this place. Anna even tried to explain to her brother that he simply didn't know her well, arguing that Ariana was very sweet and naive, even though the man himself suggested that the younger sister find a better friend here. The palace's chief knight truly believed his sister to be overly trusting. He simply couldn't understand how anyone could live by such beliefs. Besides, things weren't quite adding up in his head, and it wasn't quite clear that Ariana could be the real Lady Diana. Meanwhile, the heroine had already arrived at the pharmacy to pick up the medicine she needed. As soon as she entered the room, she noticed a crowd of ladies around. Everyone involved in the brawl was there. There, the girl was also met by a palace employee who immediately decided to find out if Ariana had been hit in the brawl. The heroine then explained that she wasn't involved in the fight, but her friend had been injured, though that girl wasn't here right now. The lady then asked for some healing ointment for 2 people, but unfortunately, the pharmacist informed her that they'd just run out of the medicine. Ariana explained that the medication wasn't urgently needed, as the beatings weren't fatal, but she still had nail scratches on her face and a large bruise under her eye. Her friend admitted she was afraid that if nothing was done, she might end up with a scar. The medications were indeed gone, but the doctor offered an alternative. Ariana could go to the palace's main infirmary and bring the medications back, if that wouldn't be too much trouble. Besides, the medications weren't particularly strong. Naturally, the lady agreed to such a tempting offer. But first, she decided to ask if she could actually go outside the building, since this hadn't been mentioned anywhere before. The pharmacist handed the guest a special piece of paper. The manager asked her to tell the guards her name and promised to notify them in advance that Ariana would be arriving on her behalf. Leaving the estate for a short time would be no problem for the lady. And frankly, Ariana was only happy to feel free for a moment. On her way to the main infirmary, the heroine reflected on recent events. 3 of the 108 participants had already died. Carl said the fight had started because of Agatha's death. When everything was discovered, the girls who had been against isolating their rival began blaming the others for what had happened. They said that by locking Agatha in the room, the others had sentenced someone to death. The girls who had decided to lock Agatha in, on the other hand, were trying to prove that a new killer was behind it all. Would anyone be brave enough to find Jesse and Agatha's killer? Somehow, Ariana didn't believe it at all. The young witch knew, however, that if the murders continued, anyone who dared to say a word would immediately find themselves the center of everyone's attention. If no one bothered to look for the killer, he would realize he had a free hand. And the girls who don't want to kill will try to hide. Ultimately, only the strongest will survive. At that moment, a familiar voice pulled the girl from her thoughts. Ariana had accidentally encountered the Emperor. The first thing the young man wanted to know was why the event participant was in the central palace. Then the lady tried to explain that she had come there on request, saying they needed medicine. At that moment, the man became concerned that one of his chosen ones might be injured. He also noticed the lady's pallor. Even at such a moment, Ariana managed to joke. This time, the girl confirmed her pale skin, but regarding the others, the resident of the Eastern Palace pointed out the opposite. After all, the participants had literally turned blue from the beatings. Overall, Ariana felt a certain irony in that moment. She found it odd that the perpetrator of this crazy, inhumane competition was putting on such a kind face. Besides, the guy considered his meeting with the woman a stroke of luck and suggested they go for a walk. This offended her even more, as she had expected at least a question about the wounded. What was even stranger was that the Emperor recognized Ari again, and even remembered the name of one of the 108 participants. The young man reiterated his words about the girl in front of him being special, and even offered to walk with her to the infirmary, offering her his hand. The lady herself at that moment was more concerned with how she'd managed to impress the man. Perhaps she had some peculiar habit? What if Mrs. Diana had also noticed she was a witch? And why he constantly wanted to shake her hand? The reason for his behavior was completely unclear to the girl. Besides, it seemed as if Ariana didn't care. And yet, the lady decided to grab the man's hand. But she did it with such force and amplitude that it resulted in a loud slap. No matter how hard the Emperor tried to restrain himself, he couldn't hide his laughter at that moment. Nevertheless, they walked hand in hand to the lady's destination. Even along the way, Ariana noticed that, for reasons unknown to her, Khan was constantly smiling. She couldn't figure out what was making him so happy. To improve his good mood, the lady decided to point out that 3 participants had already died. She also briefly explained the cause of the last girl's death, suggesting that the poor noblewoman had committed suicide. Within a second, the Emperor's expression became quite sad, which the heroine decided to note out loud. The man then openly stated that he wasn't amused at all. In response, the woman suggested canceling the entire event for these reasons. The girl's statement seemed to have misheard the boy. But a second later, his chosen one reaffirmed that she meant exactly what she said. After all, it wasn't at all necessary for Lady Diana to become human. And the beauty didn't understand Khan's great surprise at that moment. The lady suggested that the Emperor's wife remain a witch, and then there would be no point in this circus at all. Diana's admirer knew that the girl was already playing the role of Empress perfectly. Ariana didn't understand the point of this whole event. Was it because of the heir to the throne? Or what? Yes, witches can't give birth. But why does it have to be Khan's child? They could just find a smart, intelligent child and raise him. But the boy's position was understandable too. He pointed out that Diana had announced the bet on behalf of the witch, and the competition had already begun, so he had no idea how to cancel it, which he explained to the lady. Although Ariana declared that it would be easy to cancel this whole nonsense. If Mrs. Diana personally revealed herself, there would be no point in continuing. The dispute would be considered invalid, and Mrs. Diana would not have to stop being human. Moreover, the participant noted that in this best-case scenario, the emperor wouldn't have to agonize over his choice. Otherwise, he might choose God knows who as his empress. The girl thought that if the Khan announced this in front of the other participants, the enchanted countess would surely understand and reveal herself. No matter how you look at it, this argument doesn't favor Diana, no matter the outcome. A good witch must either give up her immortality and power, or the emperor. Either way, she'll lose something. But that evening, His Majesty the Emperor did indeed behave strangely. After listening attentively to his beloved, the young man simply turned away, unable to say anything unnecessary, and asked to reschedule their walk for another time. What was that? What was wrong with him? Did Ariana say something wrong? The girl couldn't figure out. After some time, the girl returned to the eastern part of the palace to help her friend and her brother with the treatment of abrasions after the fight. As soon as the heroine gave the boys the medicine, she felt another unpleasant sensation inside. She realized that someone had broken into her room again. So, Ariana decided to go home. The competition is in full swing. It's unclear who will be the next target, but the main character of this story has already been lucky twice. These monsters, the other competitors, have completely lost their fear. This time, they planted a poisonous snake in the girl's bed, but they seem to have attacked the wrong one. It's good to know that snakes love witches. One bite from this beauty would be enough to kill any mortal. And although Ariana didn't know who did it, the young lady was convinced that the culprit would definitely pay for it. She decided to use her powers to show who did it. Imagine the girl's surprise when her powers revealed that one of the guards had planted a poisonous beast. He wasn't participating in the competition, so why would he do that? Then the beauty remembered that she saw this guard when he was with Carl. On that day, Jesse died. So why did he decide to kill the heroine then? There shouldn't have been any obvious reasons. Most likely, someone was behind him. The participants could have lured him to their side. Anna was also under the guard's protection. Carl was keeping an eye on her. Ariana didn't know who was pulling the strings, but she knew full well that they would pay dearly for it. That same day, the candidates noticed Ariana tailing the guards, even finding it suspicious. However, someone suggested that the girl likely simply realized she wouldn't be able to get along with the emperor and decided to change her strategy. Returning empty-handed would be a shame anyway, but this way, she'd have to have a suitor. Meanwhile, the guards themselves were discussing the fact that the female participants had recently begun to show interest in them. Some of them even whistled at the guards occasionally. Frankly, one of the bodyguards even thought the knights were enjoying the girl's attention. Just then, an enraged Ariana ran straight up to the knights. She immediately grabbed the guard by the collar, trying to question him about whether the man was busy. From the outside, it looked as if the girl wanted the guard for her own purposes. But the lady was only intending to speak with the man. How lucky she was that Carl released the knight at that moment. As soon as the guys were alone, Ariana did not feel sorry for the guy and threw him against the wall with all her strength. Initially, the young man insisted he didn't understand the woman's anger toward him. Ariana, in turn, continued to threaten him, telling him she'd recently bought a rather nice knife. The knight tried to calm Milady, explaining that killing the guard would do her no good. In response, the girl merely pointed out that there was no point in the guard killing the participant herself. Now Ariana was so determined that she was seriously ready to kill this guy, even without receiving any explanations or justifications, because she herself, first of all, could suffer at the hands of the fake bodyguard. At that moment, the guard was genuinely frightened. so he decided to confess who was behind him. It turned out it was all the Prime Minister's fault. It was Chancellor Morris's order. The man was just doing his job. It turned out the boss had said he wanted to check something, though the knight himself had no idea what Morris wanted. Besides, the guy didn't know whether the Chancellor was screening all the ladies this way. Having learned at least some information about the setup, the modest woman decided to let the guy go. The poor security guard was gone for a full 8 minutes, which is precisely why Morris might have become suspicious. How fortunate that Ariana managed to find the puppeteer. So it was the Chancellor who turned out to be the power behind the throne. The girl decided to tell the closest person in the area, her friend, about the information she'd obtained. Besides, Anna knew a little about Morris, but what the man was planning was unclear. The Chancellor was very cunning and unpredictable. However, his actions certainly raised suspicions. That bastard was always like that, but on the other hand, without his participation, the empire would never have been born. Then the girl decided to ask if she could meet the Chancellor in person. Of course, the heroine only wanted to do so to get revenge on the head of government. But Anna decided to warn him that revenge was secondary. He probably wouldn't even be able to meet the Prime Minister. The Chancellor is a thoroughly unpleasant man who, in addition to his repulsive character, also wields incredible influence in society due to his status. Every word spoken in his presence could backfire. People say revenge doesn't create anything. But for a witch, beautiful revenge is an art form. That's why Ariana went to the doctor the next morning. Now she decided to put her backup plan into action. The first thing she did was greet the doctor and explain that she was the aristocrat who had recently run out to get some medication at the pharmacist's request. Ariana had indeed helped the woman out that day. And this time she had come for the same thing. The girl explained that she could run out for more pills if needed. Even when the doctor explained that there was no need to take additional medications today, since there were few patients and no one to treat, the girl insisted on her own. Then the lady asked the mistress to speak, as if the doctor had sent her for medicine. The young lady confessed that she really needed to leave the palace for a while. Of course, the pharmacist didn't even listen to the lady. And although Ariana assumed nothing would come of it, the girl was upset at being scolded like a little child. Now my lady had no idea how to get to Morris. She couldn't help but recall her friend's words about the Prime Minister being renowned for his remarkable wisdom and astonishing strategic knowledge. He also differs from the other candidates in one way or another. His army was able to achieve a great victory, not only because of his admirable leadership. The Chancellor is an excellent swordsman, despite his seemingly frail form. Although Ariana didn't see anything intimidating in this, well, he's a swordsman. After all, the man tried to kill the lady, and the witch wouldn't let it go. After the heroine left the infirmary, she noticed a couple of other ladies. These girls were talking about Ari, saying she was wandering around alone in a suspicious place. Unfortunately, the situation in the palace is currently so tense that even a stroll in peace is impossible without someone suspecting something is wrong. Then the lady had a brilliant idea. Climb over the fence, as the little girl was determined not to cancel her meeting with Morris. But as soon as the girl approached the fence, a guard immediately spotted her. He ordered the honored woman to step away from the fence. According to the emperor's decree, no one was allowed outside the palace grounds during the competition. To cover herself, the lady began to say that she had not even thought of climbing over, but had simply suddenly felt the urge to cling to the wall of the imperial palace. Then the woman had a brilliant idea for an escape. She decided to ask the guard if he knew a guard with golden hair, blue eyes, and a small scar on his face. The girl explained that this man had asked her to wait there for him. He wanted to tell her something. She also added Carl to the mix to make it seem more convincing. claiming the senior knight knew her meeting place. In response, the guard insisted he could run to the knight and bring back the item the young ladies were supposed to deliver. But Ariana took advantage of this and instead asked him to tell her where the knight was. It turned out the young man was now in the palace. The heroine had come here with Anya before, but they hadn't been allowed in. This time, the same guards were on duty, and they weren't about to give the young woman a break. Furthermore, the young men were quite aggressive, even stabbing her in the face with knives. Then Milady decided to say she had no intention of entering and asked the servants to lower their weapons. Ariana began to actively question Morris's whereabouts and ordered him to be brought to her immediately. The girl ordered the servants to do this in a tone as if she were already the Empress of the palace. Moreover, she discovered that the Prime Minister was currently in the Central Palace. Since Miss couldn't appear in the main area of the palace, she begged them to bring the man to her. She blackmailed the guards so much that she even threatened their own deaths. And coming from Milady, it sounded quite convincing. Ariana disliked blackmail or spilled blood, but if someone raised a sword against her, she could respond in kind without remorse. The guest's arrival was immediately reported to the chairman of the Council of Ministers. The guards reported that the esteemed Ariana had definitely decided to visit their palace. The guard was thus trying to convey to Maurice that Ariana was the Empress. Besides, the Prime Minister himself had said the chances were quite high. But now the guard thought he was convinced of this. Just looking at her eyes, blazing with fury, much could be understood. People who had only heard of Diana in legends sincerely admired her exploits. But soldiers who saw the witch in battle with their own eyes could never forget the primal fear they felt then. That day, the guard recalled with horror the words the girl had chosen when she blackmailed him. It seemed so familiar to him, as if he had been transported back to the war. "I will kill you, I will find you, and I will definitely kill you. I have no conscience." And so on. In fact, Morris even smiled at the guard's news. Now the man was convinced that he had truly made a good point in killing Jessie, and he was even more proud of himself and his intuition. Morris was informed that Jessie had entered Ari's room with the intention of assassinating her, but another lady had managed, unbeknownst to everyone, to leave Jessie in a quiet, secluded place. Moreover, there wasn't a scratch on her. The Emperor's chief aide knew that if Ariana was indeed Lady Diana, neither humans nor poisonous snakes could take her. Therefore, after further arguments from the guard, the man made a decision. Since the girl wanted to meet him so much, he saw no reason to refuse her. So, just a few minutes later, the Prime Minister greeted the guest from the Eastern Palace with a warm welcome. The girl immediately admitted that she had come across a small item belonging to the man himself. She had come to return it. Then, in a split second, the enchanted snake leapt from the girl's hand. But it was unable to reach Maurice's face and exact revenge on the impudent man for his disgusting behavior. As it turned out, the man had been protected by a magical barrier, Witch's Seal. This thing is a mark a witch leaves on something she wants to protect, a clear hint that says, "Don't touch." Of course, it can't protect against everything in the world, but the effect is very powerful. An object with a seal is very difficult to destroy. It's very difficult to create several such seals. And among witches, there's an unspoken rule: never touch the object of the seal. And Maurice has Lady Diana's seal. So, there's no way Ariana can take revenge on him. The man could only thank the witch's seal, although the lady herself couldn't understand why the Empress had cast such a powerful spell on such a man. Now the girl had no choice but to accept her failure to take revenge on the man. But she also threatened him that if anything like that happened again, he would suffer. She wouldn't be able to kill Morris, but she could certainly create hell in his lifetime. Ariana promised to think of something. At that very moment, the leader of the knights appeared on the horizon. He ran up to the girl and stood directly in front of her, thus shielding her frail body with his body. Immediately afterward, the young man turned to the chancellor, asking the man if he intended to participate in the competition. The lady had no idea why Karl had come or what he was even saying, but the man continued to explain that the competition was being held between the emperor, empress, and 108 participants. So Morris had absolutely no place there. Karl also added a request to stop playing with people. Although Morris never considered himself a villain, the man saw nothing wrong with his actions. After all, it was the lady who threatened him with eternal suffering. In response, the knight merely advised the minister to put his hand on his heart and think, everything will become clear. After which, Karl took the miss's hand and led the girl toward the exit. Thus together, they reached the Eastern Palace. Before saying goodbye, the knight decided to apologize for such rudeness. As a rule, he doesn't allow himself such impudence when treating girls. As it turned out, the guy had come to Ariana because Anya had told him everything, that Morris had tried to kill the girl. Besides, one of the 108 participants hadn't caught the young man's eye today, so he decided to find a candidate. And thank God. Otherwise, there would have been trouble. At that moment, the heroine also noticed the cold sweat breaking out on the man's face. It was clear he had been sweating while searching for his chosen one to become empress. Based on this, the young lady assumed the boy had fallen in love with her. Without further ado, she decided to ask the knight directly about it right then and there, pointing out that he had been desperately trying to help her. Ariana was truly flattered. To avoid embarrassment, Karl decided to change the subject to Morris's obsession with war. Since the war ended, the prime minister had been unable to occupy himself with anything. And now the mighty warrior even feared the man would try to use this competition to satisfy his terrible desire. The kingdom's most powerful knight honestly didn't understand why Ariana had been chosen, although it seemed Karl was slowly beginning to suspect. In any case, what others had said about this man proved time and again that Morris truly was crazy. What was the guy's point? He was leading the lady to ask her not to be alone with the highest-ranking civil member. Always stay close to the other participants. Although Ariana clearly didn't want to listen to him at such a crucial moment, she was more interested in how her friend's brother was concerned about her, despite previously constantly snapping at her. Ariana truly appreciated such attention, especially from someone of the opposite sex. Of course, the man denied any concern for the lady, arguing that he'd simply decided to keep an eye on the noblewoman whenever he had a free moment. But you can't fool a woman's instincts. What free moment could there be? And yet, the boy had to admit that if it weren't for Anna, he wouldn't have even paid attention to the lady. Ariana was his sister's first friend. Under the old regime, their family had enjoyed noble status. True, they had neither power nor wealth, just a name. Aristocrats are always driven by profit. Usually, it's either money or politics. And so, according to the first child, Anna, who was gentle and vulnerable, had a hard time finding a friend. Now, however, the knight admitted that Anya was genuinely concerned about Ariana. That's why the girl asked her brother not to upset the contestant. Moreover, Karl always showed himself to be a true older brother. This time, he even admitted that if Ariana hurt his little sister, he wouldn't forgive her. As soon as the man disappeared from sight, the story's protagonist began to seriously consider Anna's concerns. But that description, tender and vulnerable, seemed as if Karl didn't know his sister very well. The next day, the guard asked the chancellor if his superior intended to share information and his assumptions regarding Ari. The guard understood that if his imperial majesty couldn't find Lady Diana, he would lose the bet. But then the strategist pointed out to the servant that while the likelihood that Ariana was the true mistress was quite high, it was too early to confirm, especially when someone else's fate depended on the opinion of the sea. At that moment, the man made it clear he believed Madame Ariana was not the Empress. After all, the Prime Minister could have said with greater certainty that the girl was an ordinary, common woman. The ruler found the whole situation quite amusing, although the guard was completely unaware of the captain's train of thought at that moment. 2 months had passed since the participants had moved into the palace. Today was the Feast of the Holy City. On this day, in anticipation of the blessing of the holy founder of the kingdom, it is customary to eat carrot and cabbage soup from the fresh harvest. This doesn't apply to witches. On this day, witches don't eat soup, but perform a ritual dance to invoke the power of the earth. And naturally, it's best to perform it in the company of other witches. At the very least, to avoid looking foolish. That day, Ariana could only console herself by thinking that probably somewhere here in the palace, Madame Diana, just like her now, was performing this dance. When the girl emerged from her chambers late in the morning after her favorite ritual, she was extremely surprised. There was no one in the living room, although everyone should have returned from breakfast by now. At that moment, the resident of the Eastern Palace accidentally encountered another participant in the dispute. The young lady introduced herself as Clara. Ariana explained that she believed in a different god, which was why she hadn't been in the dining room that day. Then the new acquaintance also confessed that she couldn't stand vegetable soups. Afterwards, the heroine decided to find out if the girls had any events planned for today, since she couldn't find any other participants. Clara, it turned out, was also looking for friends. She and Mary had agreed to meet here after breakfast, but the candidate still hadn't shown up. The new friend explained that she'd met a few girls on her way there, and they'd said they hadn't had breakfast either. Afterward, since both ladies were hungry, Ariana suggested they head to the cafeteria together. Upon arriving at the dining room, the girls saw something horrific. Most of the girls in the area were sprawled on the floor, showing no signs of life. It truly wasn't the most pleasant sight. Luckily, a couple of the girls were still moving. Ariana simply couldn't remain indifferent and decided to immediately help the participants survive. So she asked Clara to call a doctor immediately. Ari was most interested in one single question. Where was Anna? How could she find her? In a split second, the heroine remembered that her friend had beautiful pink earrings, which made the girl stand out from the crowd. The glitter of the aristocratic chandelier focused on the emerald set right in Anna's earrings. Her friend also lay motionless on the floor, foaming at the mouth. A few minutes after the doctor examined the girls, she explained that the soup had been laced with poison. Although she didn't know who had done it, the act was clearly vile. Fortunately, the poison itself is not fatal, but in high doses, it can kill. In this case, half a bowl of soup is enough, but even those who ate less will still require proper treatment. Although even in this less than positive and difficult moment, some participants were only glad that the deceased participants were eliminated from the competition. Opposite them, there were also girls who demanded that the antidote be brought quickly. After all, a doctor must provide medical assistance. Those are the rules. But the pharmacist truly couldn't give any guarantees, even though she was going to ask for help. The palace doctor knew from the start that she was about to have an unpleasant conversation. Poison was both bold and clever. Anyone could walk into the dining room. Identifying the culprit wouldn't be easy, Morris immediately realized. But first, they admitted to the chancellor that the doctor was unable to create an antidote. The palace's chief physician needed to be notified immediately, although Morris was clearly in no rush to make such an important request. That same night, an exhausted Anna finally woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her best friend lying in bed before her. Since she had been unconscious, or rather in a mild coma, she didn't immediately realize what had happened. But Ari's reaction made it clear how deeply her friend worried about her loved one. As soon as the aristocrat came to, the The girl immediately threw herself into a tight hug, asking the miss how she was feeling. Anna couldn't immediately figure out if she was actually in pain after the unpleasant incident. But she still felt safe because at that moment, she was in the strongest and most loving embrace of her life. Aries. 200 years ago, the main character of this story, a hereditary witch, had already encountered a case where she saw a dying man. Times were harsh, and the surrounding area was extremely cold. So the man died of the cold. But when confronted with death, the young girl, an immortal being, felt nothing different. The witch had absolutely no compassion for anyone. But that was how it had been before. Now, Ariana became the happiest person in the world the moment she saw Anna come to her senses again. In fact, if the witch hadn't used her magic, her close friend wouldn't be here today. Although, when the participant immediately noticed her companion's poor appearance, the friend lied, saying she was simply a little overtired. So much had happened, it was almost scary to even remember. So Ari decided to ask the patient if she remembered anything. Right away, a friend told me someone had put poison in the soup. The young lady explained that everyone in the cafeteria had gotten some. In fact, Anna hadn't noticed anything. Besides, the lady, if her memory served her correctly, had eaten quite a lot. It was true. If Ariana had been just a little bit slower, Anya could have died. But who could have done such a thing? It was definitely worth finding out. Of course, once all the ladies in danger had slowly come to their senses, they began to speculate about who the real villain was. One girl screamed that Anna had put the poison in the soup as she'd done it right next to the girl, and she'd eaten almost the entire bowl of soup. But she hadn't died. This character also said she didn't like vegetable soup, so she only ate a couple of spoonfuls, but her body was completely covered in blisters. So the character could truly blame the other contestant for looking too good. Then, of course, Mrs. Friend came to her defense. Ariana tried to explain that if Anya had done it, what would have been the point of risking her life and eating the whole plate? After all, the girl could have just had a couple of spoonfuls. But the contestant didn't change her mind, now voicing the possibility that the young lady might have taken the antidote beforehand to avoid suspicion. And then the scandalous contender noticed that her protector, Ariana, wasn't even in the dining room. The friends really did look like they were in cahoots. The commotion in the Eastern Palace was palpable. The heroine of this story truly didn't know what to do. She was so worried about her friend that she hadn't foreseen this situation. Fortunately, Carl suddenly appeared to protect the lady and was able to calm the girls down with ease. The guy explained that to avoid keeping two more innocent girls just like Agatha, they needed to calm down. The man ordered everyone to shut up and go to their rooms. After the unpleasant situation, the heroine continued to reflect on the injustice of life in this house. The young lady only wanted to save Anna, who knew it would backfire so badly on the ladies. But if not for the witch's magic, another participant would have died. Carl decided to share the ladies' worries. He could see how worried the girl was about his sister. To calm his rival down a bit, the knight explained that Anna had calmed down more or less. She'd said she wanted to sleep, so her brother had left her. In fact, after the soup incident, everyone's on edge. The guard believed that the other misses absolutely needed someone to blame, but they couldn't react to it. They shouldn't give in to provocateurs. Carl's idea was indeed sound. Ariane had no reason to blame herself. The one who put poison in the soup was to blame. Subsequently, the emperor's chosen wife persistently resolved to begin searching for the culprit. But then Carl brought her down to earth a bit, pointing out that even if she did figure out who did it, she still wouldn't be able to hold them accountable. Such was the competition. But at least she could prove Anya's innocence, because her best friend won't let this go. Anna is now under the scrutiny of the other participants, and Ari won't let society ruin her reputation. The boys decided to head to the cafeteria first. There they discovered that the cook knew nothing. Besides, it would be strange if poison were found in the food, since the cook was the prime suspect. Still, Carl decided to check if the cook was rooting for one of the contestants, although it was clear from the man's expression that he genuinely wasn't on anyone's side. And really, how could anyone root for anyone? They all looked the same. The knight then mentioned that he'd heard the cook was quite close to one of the contestants. He was talking about Katie. They were friends and had a pleasant conversation. But the cook insisted they weren't close enough for a man to do something like that for her. And by the way, the chef said that among the servants, there are fewer people who are not friends with her. And the employee repeatedly confirmed that he tasted the food while he was cooking. And the other cooks also tasted it that day. Now, all the kitchen staff are healthy. This meant that the poison was added to the soup before serving, since the chef and the other cooks were normal. But now the question arose, who had smeared the plates with poison beforehand? Moreover, after their questioning, the boys noticed that the chef was hiding something. Ariana even suggested forcing the employee to tell them, but it was impossible to put any pressure on the cooks, since the night's investigation and that of one of the 108 participants was unofficial. If it had been possible to formalize it, Carl would have already turned the entire kitchen upside down and found that damned poison. For a moment, the heroine thought that if it weren't for Lady Diana, the girl would have already found the clues with magic. But then, in that moment, the lady realized something. Lady Diana was also a witch. It turns out she wasn't eating the soup either. She was performing a ritual, and this truly was Ari's best chance to find the Empress. If many participants leave the game at once, the chances of finding Ms. Diana will increase dramatically. The Emperor was probably thinking the same thing right now. At least, that was the scenario Ariana herself was leaning toward. She hoped the Khan knew what had happened and was concerned about his true daughter-in-law, although she still couldn't understand how the young man hadn't yet considered her request to abandon this competition. But one could also look at the situation from another angle. On the contrary, the staged poisoning could have been the work of His Majesty. The protagonist seriously considered this, but the young lady would not be able to obtain an answer to her troubling question anytime soon. She must persistently continue her investigation, and then all her cards will be revealed. After the investigation, the knight decided to compliment his companion, praising Ari out loud for being such a wonderful woman. The woman latched onto this adjective so strongly that she added a couple more of her own attractive traits, which made the knight laugh. The young man's behavior truly surprised the lady. For some reason, he wasn't snapping back like he always did, but was acting like Anna. The man was primarily surprised by how calm Ariana was. Ordinary people, and what's more, even trained knights, would have panicked in this situation. So that's precisely why Carl noticed this peculiarity in his acquaintance. Something was definitely off about the Empire's greatest knight on that seemingly ordinary day. But how sweet that moment was for Ari. It was as if the young man had suddenly begun to consider them comrades or had fallen in love with the girl. Meanwhile, His Majesty sat in his imperial study, pondering the latest events incessantly. He felt something nagging at him. Most likely, this feeling of unease stemmed from the recent poisoning at the celebratory breakfast. At such moments, Morris really could not understand what was on His Majesty's mind. To lighten the mood and lift his boss's spirits, the Prime Minister suggested telling a funny story. He decided to talk about the women involved. First, the head of the palace executive revealed a rumor that Anna was to blame for the poisoning. Second, there was a humorous rumor that the knight Carl was in an affair with one of the participants. The story about Carl actually made the king laugh. Their sharp bow had fallen in love with a girl with Diana's face. The Khan hadn't heard anything more amusing in a long time. Besides, in some ways, the Emperor might even feel better about this relationship with one of the contenders for his chosen wife. If this participant had become close to Carl, then she wasn't Miss Diana. The young man even jokingly suggested that the boys organize a wedding in the palace village. But Khan laughed and joked about the knight and his object of affection until he learned that the girl was a pretender named Ariana. Meanwhile, the boys themselves were once again exchanging interim results of their investigation when they met at their favorite meeting place. Unfortunately, the heroine again failed to find out anything that day. However, during these days, Carl was convinced of one thing: Ariana was definitely not Her Majesty. This could only be understood by looking at how casually the aristocrat wore her expensive, handmade dress. Although, in reality, whether Ariana is Mrs. Diana or not isn't what matters right now. Unfortunately, there's been no progress whatsoever in her and her boyfriend's plan, and Anna is still upset. Meanwhile, another question tormented the girl. Was the knight Carl in love with her? When the contestant asked him last time, he was shocked. Today, he simply avoided answering. Now, the princess really did think the boy was in love with her, but he was acting the same as always. He made no effort to impress the girl. At the same time, misunderstood that a completely different matter was the priority right now. She could sort out her personal life later, but now she needed to think hard about her next steps before the serial killer killed the other participants. Carl and Ari's investigation has been ongoing for 2 days now. Recently, it was revealed that one of the participants, who suffered severe poisoning, died. This has further inflamed the girls. To protect Anya, her brother locked her in his room. A knight brings her food there 3 times a day. The room is guarded by the senior warrior's subordinates. But because of all this, the other participants believe that Anna is the true Lady Diana. After conferring with their colleague, the boys accidentally spotted the image of His Imperial Majesty in the distance. The young man looked, as always, neat and handsome, but even from a distance, the girl sensed something was wrong and noticed his foul mood. What really happened? The girl didn't yet know why he had such a serious expression, so she decided to immediately head toward the emperor. The lady only dared to speculate that perhaps they had found the culprit. Ari and the knight approached Khan. When the boys greeted the castle's leader, Khan greeted only Ari first. The man said out loud how glad he was to see her, and a beaming smile immediately appeared on his face. The lady couldn't quite figure out what to make of this, especially at such a precarious moment. Just a moment ago, he'd been so serious as if he were incomprehensible, but it was clear he was a real handsome man. The king then decided to express his observation that the lady and Carl had become close. He also remarked, remembering how the two had squabbled at their first meeting. In fact, the heroine recalled that moment with ease, even openly admitting that back then the knight had seemed a completely different person to her. Now, however, the young lady considered him a rather good guard. After which, Khan admitted that he'd heard rumors that the girl was investigating a recent incident. The man immediately noticed what a kind soul and heart one of his chosen ones possessed. Although the beauty herself was a little embarrassed by the compliments, Miss did not deny her resourcefulness. This contender for the post of emperor's wife simply has a highly developed sense of justice. Once the lady had agreed, the man, quite unexpectedly, decided to invite Ari to join him. The emperor even extended his hand for the lady, though it seemed such a gentlemanly gesture didn't exactly please Ariana. Every time, the girl couldn't understand why the emperor kept extending his hand. This time, the lady decided to high-five the Khan's palm, and with a sense of force. But how surprised the heroine was when, as soon as the girl's hand briefly touched his, Khan gently grabbed his lady's hand. The emperor was finally convinced that Ariana simply didn't know that this gesture implied they would hold hands. That's why he decided to explain it to the girl directly. Now, at least, Ariana understood why the king laughed every time she high-fived him. Although the young lady was slightly wary, she understood they were all participating in a competition. The only question was whether an ordinary chosen one, not yet firmly chosen by the emperor, could hold hands with Lady Diana's husband. Although it was a strange feeling, the emperor himself felt it. He couldn't defy his intentions, or things would only get worse. One of his companions worried throughout the entire walk that if Madame Diana saw them, things would certainly end badly. While the young lady was lost in her endless thoughts, she didn't even speak to the man, a fact the emperor noticed. The Khan remarked out loud that his acquaintance was quiet today, although she usually chattered about all sorts of strange things. In response, Ariana admitted that she was simply observing her surroundings. At that moment, the heir to the throne assumed the lady was bothering the guards and even considered telling them to leave. But he hadn't yet realized that the lady wasn't at all bothered by these guards. She was preoccupied with something else. Naturally, the modest woman didn't go into details that day. Instead, the lady decided to ask the boy another question, one she'd had in mind a few days earlier but hadn't had the chance to ask. The lady was asking why the emperor himself wasn't interested. The topic was the poisoning. The girl pointed out, once again, that Anna wasn't to blame, but since the Khan wasn't involved, everyone assumed otherwise. Then the boy replied that he was putting up with it all for the sake of justice. The man's opinion was also valid. 6 participants had died before. Apart from Laura and the other participants who left voluntarily, there was no investigation when 5 died. Would it be fair for the emperor to initiate one now? Absolutely not. Well, then the girl corrected her boss. 7 had already died. This morning, another participant died of poisoning. That makes the death toll 1 more. The man then asked his interlocutor to be kind and answer his counter-question. Why was the girl asking him to intervene instead of asking for help for the victims? Ariana hadn't thought through her response to the man so much that she accidentally expressed her opinion that she shouldn't have done anything like that herself. It seemed the girl had said something wrong. The lady was more concerned with the fact that she'd already cured Anya. All that remained was to secure an investigation to prove her friend's innocence. Right. Besides, if the victims themselves weren't seeking help, why would Miss Sally be the one to fight for their petition? Ariana would be more humane if she portrayed herself as selfish, so it was unclear why the emperor was so surprised. Meanwhile, something forbidden was happening in the main part of the palace. That day, Morris decided to invite Selena to his chambers. She was the first of the participants the Prime Minister had invited there. The girl was so terrified of this situation that she couldn't even utter a word. She was trembling so much that it was clear she was about to confess something. The little one was like an open book, too accessible for superficial reading, especially for such a strategist. To finally get some recognition from the girl, the head of the senior membership made her understand that everything was fine and that a man would understand her. Afterwards, seeing how difficult it was to get started, the man offered to help her. He then asked Selena why she had poisoned the members' food. As soon as the young man pointed this out, the lady tried to tell him he'd said it himself and that everything had to happen according to the rules. But Morris immediately began acting like a complete degenerate again, once again blaming the girl for all the deaths and her misdeeds. He actually called the lady specifically because he was simply curious to see what someone who had done something like that looked like. In truth, Selena was aware of all her mistakes, which was why she was so afraid of her future. Girls are all competing these days, but she simply couldn't harm Lady Diana. Besides, the lady, the current Empress, is an experienced witch who can't be poisoned. The other participants, however, could be easily poisoned. Even the man sitting opposite her found Selena's answer quite reasonable. Although the man also pointed out that while it's good to think you're smart, it's even better to actually be smart. Morris explained that he could tolerate lies, but never someone would lie to his face. He knew, after all, that Mrs. Diana had been poisoned with an unknown toxin during the war, leaving her unconscious for a month. And now, such a clever and young girl will pretend to such a great logistician that she doesn't know this. Lady Selene somehow miscalculated, her lie resting on another lie, and they fell under each other's weight. Lady Diana is indeed poisonable, but if it were suddenly revealed that one of the participants' actions were aimed not at her competitors, but at Madame Diana, then the assassination attempt on the Empress would no longer be justifiable under the rules. Moreover, innocent girls would also have suffered. By that point, Selena simply couldn't take it anymore and, overwhelmed by all the stress, began to cry. The man immediately approached her to calm her down. It seemed she was averse to such intrigues. Now Morris promised to help the contender perfect her concept. The next morning, the story's protagonist, Countess Ari, was awakened by a bright beam of sunlight, blinding her directly on her bed. As soon as she woke up, she began to wonder if Anya was still in her room and if the other participants were hostile to Ari because they had been close. That same morning, Madame recalled her recent conversations with Karl regarding her confusion about why the Emperor was still involved in this dispute. The beauty didn't yet know. It was then that the young man had said he assumed the Khan was doing all this for the sake of justice. In response, the girl simply couldn't help but ask what kind of justice could there be if the prince didn't even know how many participants had died. Perhaps the Emperor didn't care about the dispute at all. But Charles knew perfectly well that such a scenario was practically impossible. Otherwise, the Emperor wouldn't have agreed to such an absurd wager. The knight continued to defend the king, basing his defense on justice. The Khan must not have expected such unrest to break out. He had given the go-ahead for the competition. The people would disapprove if he suddenly began an investigation only now, after the poisoning. Moreover, the knight knew that if the culprit were found, the momentum of the competition would fizzle out. This could very well be the reason why the Emperor ignored the deaths of people. That same evening, Miss Ari decided to ask her accomplice how Madame Diana would feel about what was happening. Karl was certain the Empress would be against it, but she wouldn't initiate the argument. Why did Diana even come up with all this? If she truly loved the Emperor, she could have made sacrifices. Why is that? It's completely unknown right now, and it's perfectly logical to understand. Frankly, even the palace staff didn't understand the purpose of this whole argument. Anna's brother didn't know for sure either, so he decided to ask his friend for her personal opinion on why Diana was testing her beloved in this way. But unfortunately, Ariana couldn't simply answer that question either. It's not easy to live with more than 100 girls with identical faces, but it had its advantages. No one would recognize Lady Diana if she decided to gorge herself on sweets right in front of the other contestants. While the girl was helping herself to sweets from the buffet, she accidentally witnessed the following scene. Two ladies were discussing the latest news about how 5 candidates for marriage to the Emperor had withdrawn the day before. And surprisingly, it was the right thing to do for a lady. Looking at the dinner table, the heroine also noticed that no one had really eaten. Taking poison in small quantities can not only prevent death, but also build immunity. But if the poison is fatal, it's all for naught. Just a few seconds later, the beauty also noticed a guard publicly posting some kind of notice. A crowd of girls immediately ran up to the sign to learn more about the new rule. The poster stated that antidotes would be distributed today, but quantities were limited. Therefore, the ladies had to be polite and hurry. A couple of minutes later, a whole crowd of girls stood in a huge line, waiting for that very same medicinal antidote. Unfortunately, today I had to deal with the palace's most unpleasant staff again. The first thing the man did was inform the ladies, as they could read in the official announcement, that the number of doses of the antidote was limited, as it had been created in a short time and from relatively scarce medicinal plants. Morris reported that His Majesty, he and the chief physician of the palace, had spent a long time thinking about who exactly should get the antidote. The man explained that they couldn't come to a common decision because that would mean choosing who would live and who would die. That would be too cruel, although it was perfectly clear to Ariane that Maurice was lying once again, having abolished all the rules himself. The man announced that, for the reasons mentioned above, they had decided to distribute the antidote randomly. But there would be one rule. The guards immediately asked all the participants to stand in line. The girls standing at the end of the first and third rows were to come forward and receive the antidote. The rest were in doubt. So the key rule was that the girls who received the antidote were not allowed to drink it. That was the catch of the whole innovation. And if any of the candidates violated this decree, they would be expelled. Morris merely asked for a show of altruism and left the already noisy room. At that moment, the ladies couldn't believe that the palace's higher powers would treat them so cruelly. They immediately began attacking each other, offering to trade, and trying to take the antidote from their own friends. To avoid having to watch this mess, the heroine decided to return to her room. She didn't get the medicine anyway. Besides, the lady knew there would be a huge uproar. Everyone would be fighting for the antidote and for their lives. Girls like Ari, who hadn't gotten the antidote, probably had no business being there. But just as the lady was about to step out into the hallway, she encountered a couple of other contestants. These women were holding those sacred vials, and this was truly strange because these contestants hadn't been poisoned. The girls who weren't poisoned emerged with the antidote in hand. This is simply the height of injustice. The guards decided to first report the full severity of the situation to their captain, the knight Karl. The guard explained that less than half the total dose of antidote had been dispensed, and that the participants who had received the medication were forbidden from taking it. This all sounded, of course, incredibly absurd and stupid. What the Prime Minister could possibly be thinking was completely incomprehensible, even to his colleague. After which, the leader of the Knights decided to ask how the participants had handled the poisoning. The guard reported that there had been no tampering, as the Knights were on guard. The chief then ordered that they should not let their guard down, as the Prime Minister advocated cutthroat competition among the girls. After such a move, the atmosphere in the castle could deteriorate even further. Before Karl could even finish speaking with his employee, he spotted Lady Ari on the horizon. The girl waved furiously at her acquaintance, signaling him to notice her. Only then did she run closer to the knight. They understood each other almost without words, so they immediately began chatting about the latest news. Karl decided to ask his sister's friend if she was worried things might get tense. In fact, although all the candidates were nervous about distributing the medicine, things weren't all that bad. Ariana hadn't even considered complicating the situation. But the Prime Minister's decision at least prevented the young ladies from focusing on their search for Mrs. Diana. After which, the man also learned that Ariana hadn't received the antidote. But on the other hand, this was actually good news. After all, it meant the lady wouldn't become anyone's target. The girl, however, took this display of attention as another sign that the man had fallen in love with her. Karl himself couldn't understand where her friend got such boundless confidence from. Of course, this whole situation was working out well for Ariana, but things could get more complicated in the future. If anything were to happen, the knight ordered the participant to be sure to find him. If you suddenly need the help of a real man, then you should definitely run to the most trusted person in this palace, Sir Karl. To be honest, the people here really are very strange. But be that as it may, the protagonist of this story seems to have already come to terms with all the nuances of life in the house. Incidentally, back at home, the battle for the antidote was still raging in the castle. 3 other participants begged one girl to give her the antidote. Each wanted the potion, and each offered a specific reason why she should receive it. The ladies pointed out that the jar's owner couldn't accept the antidote, so she was simply obliged to give it to one of her 3 chosen ones. Even a friend blackmailed the lady for the coveted potion. Another acquaintance claimed to have lent the lady a pearl necklace on the day of her meeting with His Majesty. Each young lady tried to lure the medicine's owner over to their side in order to obtain the vial. For Ari, the situation was calm at that moment. Since the lady didn't have the antidote, the other contenders didn't even bother to glance in the beauty's direction. Everyone was truly focused on finding someone who could pass on the antidote to someone else. People were literally begging each other to give them the magical cure. Everyone was simply going crazy over this flask. The atmosphere was so wild that some of the girls who had the potion literally forced the other participants to bark and crawl on all 4s in order to get their desired bait. And although no one wanted to humiliate themselves, the crazy aristocrats pointed out that the other girls simply had to overcome their pride to obtain the coveted medicine. One lady got so carried away with the game that the slave overdid it while making the girl bark and began to choke. The poor girl simply begged for her medicine, having already fulfilled all her whims. And although this poor woman looked the worst of all, the owner of that very medicine had no remorse. The mistress merely stated in a calm voice that she had long ago promised to give the bottle to Nancy, a completely different young lady. It was so strange to see how the people who found themselves holding the small flask went crazy, as if they were the masters of all around them. They stopped fulfilling their promises to give the medicine to their slaves. However, looking at these women, it became clear that this was definitely not Madame Diana. Selena, looking at the shameless lady, couldn't resist demanding that the medicine be given to the poor woman. This aristocrat had already heard that the impudent woman had such a nasty character. Now they've started snapping at each other, and Selena even called Ari a bad name, while Ari simply watched her rival silently from the sidelines. Lately, no one can reach a compromise. 3 days passed. After the antidote was distributed, the situation was as follows. 3 people died from poisoning in the Western Palace, and 2 more died in a fight over the antidote. A girl who showed no symptoms of poisoning also died. Rumor has it she was drawn into a fight when another contestant tried to take her medication. 2 girls who witnessed the incident voluntarily withdrew from the competition. 3 people died in the Eastern Palace, and 4 more refused to participate in the selection process. Thus, there were only 77 girls left who were ready to continue the selection to become the wife of the Emperor of the Kingdom of Khan. That day, the Empress's future husband reminisced about the time he spent with his would-be wife. That evening, his other half noticed how cold his fiancé's hands were. Frankly, the witch even liked it. This inhuman trait was, in its own way, attractive. And although the Khan thought talk of cold hands might be too unnatural, the young lady loved him simply for the man he was born to be. Now the emperor was convinced that the bet needed to be ended as quickly as possible. That afternoon, the main character of this story decided to take a short stroll in the garden. Right now, she really needed a breath of fresh air. She thought Amelia was the worst person in the world, but that was far from true. Bottles and broken vials of antidote are scattered along the walking paths. This all proves that the girls have no intention of saving their competitors or giving them medicine. They seem human, but how heartless they are. The number of vials distributed was less than the number of people infected, and ultimately, as many girls would die as the number of vials of antidote broken. Ariana seriously considered asking Lady Diana, "Do you really want to give up eternal life and your abilities for life in the castle?" How the girl missed Anna, too. Unnoticed while the lady was lost in her thoughts, Khan approached her. The boy remarked that, judging by the calm way she moved around the area, the situation wasn't that serious. That day, the girl had decided to pretend to be another participant to the boy, so she even greeted the man with a bow. But the king himself merely laughed at the girl. After all, he had recognized one of his favorite contestants from the start. Such a vibrant Eri was simply impossible to miss, even if the girl tried to act out of character. This time, the emperor decided to remind the lady of what he had taught her during their previous meeting. He offered her his hand, and she graciously accepted the invitation to walk with him. Then, the hero mentioned that he would like to see a play or an opera with Ari, or give her a gift, but that doing so would make the countess a target in the eyes of the other participants. In fact, no matter how much the neighbors irritated Eri, the girl seriously didn't care about anyone around her anymore. That's because the lady was truly strong. Such strength from the princess even reminded the emperor of his own Diana, after which, Khan suggested they do something else today after their walk. Even though Ariana had come to the palace to break the bet, spending time with Lady Diana's man wasn't the best idea. But isn't the emperor himself flirting with the other participants to see who's the real Diana? At that moment, the boy seemed to notice that Ariana didn't regret the bet. In fact, for the emperor, this bet wasn't his whim, but it would be pointless to simply cancel the whole thing. In that case, call off the bet and don't let Diana become human. The young couple won't be together. This moment was the perfect time for the guy to reveal a secret he'd never shared with his other women. There are several forms of love. For example, love for which a person is willing to give up everything. Love for which a person is willing to let go of a loved one. Love for which a person is willing to give up a loved one. But did Lady Diana love someone so deeply that she was willing to become human for their sake? Ariana didn't even begin to believe it. The emperor himself thought all these theories were complete nonsense. After all, his companion was convinced that if you love someone, you should hold on to them. The girl couldn't understand why they'd let go. At the time, she even considered it all a lack of love. Hugging his friend, the young man seemed to be assuring her that if it was hard to watch her loved ones suffer, she would have to give in first. It was as if he were saying that Lady Diana would give up everything to be with the emperor. Even so, if his beloved found it hard to be with the Khan, he would still never let her go. After all, even a lover's tears should belong to the man she loves. Holding the girl closer and closer to him, the young man seemed to be trying to address Diana directly, but he was actually speaking to someone else entirely, an ordinary folk witch named Ariana. Only the hero himself didn't know this yet. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister had once again hatched another cunning plan. He wrote a new notice and ordered the guard to notify everyone. It was time to move on to the next stage. After her walk with Khan, Ariana seriously wondered if her companion had spoken of love. Or was this what love really was? Many witches who fell in love with a human were tormented by regret. And over time, they began to say more often that falling in love with a human was foolish. The other witches were worried about Lady Diana for good reason. They knew what the poor girl still had to endure. At the very least, Diana's reputation had been so damaged that the legendary witch would never again be recognized as the best. That's why Ariana believed that love wasn't just a feeling to be thrown away blindly. People were surmountable. They didn't love these creatures. They simply used them. But the feelings the emperor spoke of seemed terrifying to the heroine. When the girl returned to the castle, she was alarmed by the fact that no one was in the living room. Then she noticed another official notice. It asked all participants to gather in the hall. As expected, everyone was already there. In the main hall, Morris was again spouting nonsense about good intentions backfiring. He was saying that the relationship between the contestants didn't matter because they were rivals. Morris was very careful to remind everyone that the goal of all the girls here was to survive. and not to blackmail others with the items they were given. Otherwise, there was no point in it. Then, with a snap of the chief's fingers, the escort knights brought out a small box. This box contained several jars of potion. As soon as the ladies noticed the box's contents, they immediately began to assume that the palace staff was about to hand out even more vials of antidote. The misses even breathed a collective sigh of relief, as the girls considered this a huge relief and salvation. But then Morris dared to upset the girls. With a smirk, he decided to start by telling them that, according to the doctor's report, many had not used the antidote provided. The head of the ministry reported that the fact that the women hadn't used the potion for 3 days indicated that they simply didn't need the bottles. Therefore, the director informed them that they would be collecting the unused bottles of antidote. This news truly shocked those around them. No one could have imagined that the vials the knights were holding would be destroyed. And though the girls screamed and tried to stop their master, it was all in vain. Within seconds, the guards had destroyed all the potion, mercilessly smashing countless glass jars to the floor. The commander merely watched the spectacle in silence, his eyes sparkling. Morris was literally savoring every second of the moment. He didn't know if he'd managed to collect all the bubbles, so he asked the ladies if they had any antidote left to return it immediately. The Prime Minister truly seemed to have lost his mind. At that moment, the main character even wondered why Lady Diana had placed the great witch's mark on such a rotten man as Morris. At that moment, Ariana also noticed how the head of the palace ministry was watching one of the contestants with intense, mocking attention. At that moment, she already suspected something was wrong. That day, the Prime Minister's constant gaze was directed directly at Selena. After the general meeting, it was discovered that several more people had died. The guards discovered that the room of one contender, Kelly, was empty. They said she had died during the night, and Mallory had died in the morning. Only 75 people remained alive. In this situation, looking at Anna's room, chained and guarded by several guards, the other participants in the Imperial wager considered the girl extremely lucky. The ladies happened to notice that all the girls were dropping like flies, and they couldn't understand why Anna, of all people, was being guarded. Initially, the contenders assumed that Anna was Diana, which was why she was being so protected. However, if she truly were the Empress, there would be no need for protection. So the rivals decided that this girl was most likely the daughter of a noble family who had come here to have fun. Everyone had begun to hate Anna so much. At the same time, Ariana knew that if she stood up for her friend, she would attract even more attention. So the lady was forced to remain silent. She decided to discuss the pressing matter with the knight. Ariana felt it necessary to warn her brother, telling him that the atmosphere in the 8th Palace was terrifying. Anna's image had been severely damaged. All the chosen ones thought the contestant named Anna had special rights there. The first thing misreported was that everything had been fine at first, because many had mistaken the contestant for Mrs. Diana. But the situation took a negative turn after Prime Minister Morris withdrew the previously issued antidote. Everyone began to speculate that the beauty had been given special treatment for another reason. Although, if you think about it, she really did have special rights here. Still, the knight knew he couldn't keep Anna in the room forever. And from a safety standpoint, it would have been best to send her sister away from the castle, away from all possible threats, especially as the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Even Ariana understood this. But was that even possible, especially in this time? That night, the emperor decided to have a serious talk with the girl, who had been isolated from everyone else. To avoid returning empty-handed, the young man decided to visit Anna and brew her some strong black tea, just the way she liked it. Afterward, the crown prince wanted to know if the lady had managed to get along with the other participants. "Quite so," was the lady's reply, After which, without further explanation, it became clear that the staff's affairs were not going so smoothly. Emperor Han knew he should apologize, as the king had previously forced the girl to spy on everyone. It was clear the lady was genuinely frightened after everything that had happened. The man also took the whole situation extremely badly emotionally, feeling disappointed and depressed. He didn't want to interact with anyone, let alone continue the bet. Frankly, the crown prince was simply tired. He simply couldn't wait for it to be over, and the Empress's empty seat hurt him even more. To support her master, Anna decided to remind him that she was there to assist His Majesty. These weren't just empty words. The girl was truly willing to do anything for love. The atmosphere was so intimate that the emperor felt compelled to share his suspicions about Ari. The guy seemed simply tired of hinting to his interlocutor about his assumptions that Ariana was the real Diana, so the time had come to say it outright. Although Khan could have continued to drag out and postpone this conversation, the anxiety was simply nagging at him. However, despite his assumptions, the emperor still found himself at a loss. He was confused and unable to make a final decision. In some ways, Ariana does resemble Diana, but in others, she is radically different from the young lady. Therefore, Khan was completely unsure of how to behave around the lady. Would he make the right choice? After all, if Ariana was his true love, how could he be sure of the correctness of his decisions? At the moment, all thoughts in the man's mind were jumbled, and every step seemed important and decisive. After listening carefully to the man, his interlocutor decided it was time to express her opinion. Anna admitted that she didn't think Ariana resembled Diana. Whether or not to take this into account was up to Khan. Anna, a girl from a noble family, had known His Majesty since childhood. She was Charles's younger sister, and their relationship was marked by particular respect from the very beginning. The girl had already once promised Morris that she would take full responsibility for her actions and always keep her word. That's why Anna was so willing to reveal details about the Prime Minister's nasty character. That said, it's possible that Ms. Diana is posing as a contestant, calling her Anna. Things have truly become too confusing. The next morning, Knight Carl, as usual, decided to check on his sister. After a series of troubles, calmer times had arrived. Now the pretender's food is being carefully checked, and no one is allowed into her chambers. The guards are doing an excellent job of keeping an eye on the Countess every minute. But Carl, like a true elder brother, was still deeply concerned about his estranged beloved. If only he could persuade Anna to abandon this affair. Let her try to support His Majesty. The knight still believed there was no need to take such a risk and put his life in jeopardy. Carl was so worried about his soulmate that he even thought about asking her Ari so that her friend could dissuade Anna from participating in this competition for life. At that moment, the knight also wondered what class Anna's best friend belonged to. For some reason, Carl was certain that Ariana wasn't a noblewoman, but she was well-mannered and knew the rules of etiquette, typical of an aristocrat. In fact, the young knight commander only considered this because Anna might want to invite Ari to visit them after the bet was over. But it was too early to think about that now. While the boy was pondering the best possible outcome for his sister, he descended into the hall and encountered a rather unpleasant sight. As soon as the crowd of girls dispersed, a single contender appeared against the wall. It was Ulysses. Something terrifying was happening to the girl again. The boy immediately asked everyone to make way so he could approach the lady. Among the crowd, Carl stumbled upon Ari by chance. The lady immediately confessed to him that something was bothering her. The complexion of the girls who died after drinking the poisoned soup hadn't changed. This time, it became clear that Ulysses had been poisoned with something else. Unfortunately, it turned out that the full details of the girl's death could only be learned after the doctor's arrival. Nevertheless, the senior guard decided to tell the other contestants that, apparently, this candidate had not died from the poisoned soup. He then decided to ask the girls if Ulysses had eaten anything unusual recently. Her friend then told the knight that her rival hadn't consumed anything of the sort in her diet for the past few days. But there was one major detail. A special antidote had been given to her by a contestant named Selena. The potion in question was the one handed out by the Prime Minister. Selena was back to her old ways and decided to collaborate with this brazen jerk. True, no one knew about the secret life of this seemingly ordinary participant. When the dead girl's friend revealed that Selena was involved in someone else's poisoning, the main character of this story listened attentively to the name of the person involved. The name was already familiar to Ariana. A few days ago, the lady had overheard Selena arguing with the very same girl who had imagined herself a goddess of the world the moment the first dose of the antidote fell into her hands. Based on what Ariana recalled, everything seemed to fall into place in the girl's thoughts. Nevertheless, Selena herself continued to assure all the ladies that she was completely innocent. But her friend Ulysses gave the girl no excuses. The attentive lady insisted she had seen everything with her own eyes, and Selena herself had said it was an antidote to the poison in the soup. Everything indeed pointed to the genuineness of the pretender, Selene. At the very least, Lady Ulysses lost consciousness after taking the very same medicine. Although the accused continued to insist that she had indeed given the girl the vial, it was definitely an antidote. Then the knight pointed out that the Prime Minister was behind it. The lady then began to argue that she had taken one bottle as a spare. The jar had not been confiscated because it was not kept in the room. However, Miss did not deny giving her rival the antidote. Selena continued to insist that if she had not given Ulysses the contents of the bottle, the girl would have died. And in any case, Miss would have asked someone else for the medicine, but apparently, only her fake rival had the potion left. Selena insisted that Ulysses was her best friend and that she would never kill her. But Lady Nancy wasn't about to give in either. She had a counter-argument. The claimant, connected to Morris, had given something to Lady Ulysses. And besides, the young lady wasn't the only witness. Selena had definitely handed over the vial in front of everyone. Going over it all in her head, Ariana realized that Amelia was the one who was about to hand over the antidote. Apparently, this girl was very close to the victim. It turns out that participants like Amelia, Selena, Nancy, and Ulysses were well acquainted. Meanwhile, this quartet was divided into pairs: Amelia and Nancy, Selena, and Ulysses. In this formation, the girls interacted more closely with each other. If you look at Celine's words from another angle, she sees no need to kill an ally when there are so many other participants around. However, Ulysses died after taking the antidotes Selena gave her. To avoid further delay, the kingdom's chief knight ordered the guards to cover the body and carry it away, and in turn, to take the vial of medicine to the lab. Carl was in such a hurry that the heroine didn't even have time to express her theory about the death of Selena and her quartet of friends. After a couple of hours of lab testing, the doctor explained that the death was caused by a component of the antidote vial. That component was the bottle. The antidote itself isn't lethal, but it can melt the bottle from the inside. The lab technician explained that this is entirely possible when mixing substances, as the components are antithetical to each other. Generally, they can be mixed, but if the concentration of the substance is too high, the antidote can become poisonous. Therefore, it's important not to play around with the dosage of dangerous ingredients. Based on the analysis of the substance, it was clear that this was precisely the reason Morris ordered the immediate recall of the antidote. but it was unclear why it was necessary to develop a remedy that was more like a time bomb than a fully functional cure for the symptoms of poisoning. Moreover, the doctor reported that, judging by the ingredients, the drug was developed by Prime Minister Morris himself, despite the man having no medical knowledge. Furthermore, the doctor asked and politely hinted to Carl not to get into conflict with the Prime Minister. That's because both Carl and Morris are civil servants. However, the head of a ministry is very different from a knight. Carl adheres to the chivalric code, while Morris is interested only in war, exploration, and fun. Moreover, Sir Carl is sometimes overly curious. The lab assistant was simply afraid the boy would get hurt if he continued to pry into matters that weren't his business. In fact, Anna's brother understood this perfectly well, but he simply couldn't turn a blind eye. Since Selena was involved in several incidents simultaneously, the disfavor of the other participants shifted from Anna to her, and 2 weeks after the poisoning incident, Ariana was finally able to meet her beloved friend. The reunion was so joyful and pleasant that the girls practically ran into each other. After a few minutes of tight embrace, the world seemed to take on new colors. The ladies immediately began asking each other how each other was doing, how their days apart had been. Anna hadn't spent many days in isolation, but this separation had even strengthened the relationship between the two close friends. While strolling through the garden, Anna admitted she was thrilled to feel alive again. Ariana hadn't even imagined how much her friend missed their walks together. It was obvious Anna was bored without her beloved Ari. Despite all this, little sister Carl was even told about what was happening outside. Her brother shared the news once or twice a day. After Ariana learned that her friend was aware of all the events, the lady mentioned that Morris had taken the previously issued antidote 2 days earlier. Anna had also heard of this absurd act. Furthermore, it became clear that she also knew that 5 more people had been poisoned. Now there were only 69 participants left in the Imperial bet. Ariana surmised, the worst thing is that no one cares about the deaths of these 5 contenders. On the contrary, the foolish humans are happy that there are fewer rivals. Participants who can't control themselves must be very greedy. And after all, any one of these contenders could, at any moment, become the leader of the Empresses. Although the friends didn't know when the duel would end or how many girls would survive, the girls simply couldn't become depressed every time someone died. Besides, Anna had only just left her chambers. There was no time to be sad. Better to show indifference than to become depressed. During the walk, Ariana also decided to tell about fellow participant Selena, who had given the antidote to her friend, who died after taking it. As soon as Anya heard the familiar names, she confirmed that the 2 girls were indeed friends. They always hung out with Amelia and Nancy. Ariana also revealed that it was Nancy who told Sir Carl that Selena had given the antidote. After all the gossip had been swept under the rug, the girls' conversation gradually shifted to the night. Anna admitted that she'd heard Ariana had become close to her brother. Although Carl himself hadn't said so directly, it was hard to miss his brother's constant communication with the princess, as the knight frequently mentioned Ariana when visiting his sister. When Anna asked him to tell her about what was happening outside, the guy shared news about Ari. Ariana did this. Ariana said this. Ariana thought about that. The friend even admitted that during her time in the room, she heard so many new things about her interlocutor that she hadn't known before. The aristocrat was pleasantly surprised. It was the first time she'd seen her brother like this, although even Ariana hadn't expected to hear of the knight's behavior like this. Well, they'd been close during the investigation, but had the sir really grown so attached? What a sensitive fellow. Besides, Anna suspected the knight liked Ariana. In turn, her friend replied that her brother always deflected the question when a lady asked directly. In fact, if the opportunity arose, Anna and Ariana would have married each other, as the girls genuinely had a mutual friendship. However, Anna was still worried that if her friend met Ms. Diana, she would forget about the contestant. No matter how much the girlfriends joked, it was still unclear whether Ariana's brother liked the other contestant as a friend or a girlfriend. But he definitely had feelings for the lady. And to be honest, Ariana liked the guy too. At this awkward moment of Ari's confession, the Emperor suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Fortunately, or unfortunately, he heard the beauty's final words. The man himself felt awkward, having overheard something amusing. But to avoid further stress, he decided to ask Ari directly, right then and there, if she really liked Carl. But she didn't want to discuss the matter, especially with the Emperor. Since the palace owner didn't receive a direct answer, he next decided to strike up a conversation with her friend. Then Ariana learned an interesting fact. It turned out that Anna had known the Emperor since childhood, as the young man had pointed out the girl's shyness, a trait the Khan had recognized in Anna as a teenager at 15. At that moment, Miss Anne felt so uneasy that she lied and claimed to have a headache and quickly fled the scene. Now the Emperor and his other chosen one were left alone. But before leaving, the king decided to speak with the lady alone and asked her to remain with him, as he was simply not accustomed to being abandoned like that. Since Ariana was pretending to be Mrs. Diana, the girl decided to give in and stay. But an awkward silence followed immediately after the boys sat down on the bench together. The man also sensed the awkwardness of the situation and decided to ask the girl directly if it was true that she didn't like being around him. And although the beauty didn't seem happy, the young lady explained that she was simply very worried about her friend. Anya had been treated negatively because of the poisoning incident. Now, of course, the situation has improved, but the misunderstanding has not been resolved. Ariana explained to the castle's mayor that Anna had simply been misunderstood, and that now the aristocrat was finding it very difficult to live in this house. Despite all this, the heroine found a justification for her behavior. She simply didn't want to leave her acquaintance, who had only recently come into society, completely alone. Although the participants' anger is currently mostly directed at Selena, the main character of this story still has no intention of abandoning someone close to her. After all, everything could change dramatically at any moment. Who knows who will become the next target of public hatred? Although the Emperor still believed Ariana was too worried about another girl. After that, the beauty decided to broach the subject of the Emperor's youth, since the Khan himself had just let it slip that he had known this girl since she was 15. As it turned out, the two had only seen each other a couple of times during their teenage years when the Emperor visited Carl. The Khan knew Carl was a knight of great experience. The man knew how much he cared for his beloved sister. Besides, the boy was currently preoccupied with something completely different. He had heard something interesting earlier. To stay on topic, His Majesty once again decided to directly ask his chosen one, possibly destined to become Empress, whether she truly harbored feelings for Charles. He longed to hear an honest answer to understand the girl's true feelings and intentions. Without thinking long about her answer, Ariana calmly confirmed her attraction to Carl, noting that he was truly a good man. Privately, she thought, there was nothing wrong with the Emperor's interest in her relationship with the knight. But at that very moment, something strange burst from His Majesty's lips. "If you are Diana, then this statement is an open declaration of change," the man asserted, and without even waiting for a response from his sweet interlocutor, stood up and seemed about to leave. At that moment, the girl didn't even hide her confusion. What betrayal! The lady hadn't said she liked Carl as a man. The girl couldn't understand why the Emperor was acting so capriciously. The Khan seemed to be demonstratively showing his hurt, like a small child. But to avoid offending the guy, Ariana began to explain directly that he'd misunderstood and was nitpicking. To break the already tense atmosphere, The young woman even playfully patted him on his slender thighs. At that moment, the tension truly lifted. This unexpected, yet sweet and friendly behavior amused the Khan so much that the emperor even laughed out loud, unwilling to hide his emotions. Something strange always happens around that particular participant, but it only concerns positive harmony. Moreover, the emperor noticed that no matter what he said, the aristocrat took everything as a compliment. This time, the girl reacted this way to the boy's remark about how naive she was. At the same moment, the man remarked that he liked being alone. But what about the finished test? At that moment, it seemed to Khan that Ariana really was very similar to his daughter-in-law. But at the same time, she was radically different from Diana. Now the young man wasn't sure if the woman sitting before him was the real Diana. Honestly, he hadn't even considered what would happen if Ariana turned out to be a completely different girl. It was as if Khan didn't want to ruin this sweet moment when he was truly happy. Oh, Diana! Diana, what were you like? The image Ariana remembered of her remained in the imperial capital 10 years ago. At that time, the maids were in full swing, gossiping about the lady from the neighboring palace, the unofficial mistress of the local emperor. Rumors spread that this lady had died during the night. But the problem was, no one knew what had happened. Perhaps she had died of illness, or perhaps someone had poisoned her. Many people were watching her every move. She lived in a separate palace. But why was she being watched so closely? Was it primarily for the benefit of the maid? The answer was much simpler. It was because the emperor had become greatly infatuated with her. A random maid saw this lady only once. Her mistress was a terribly beautiful woman. For the old and foolish ruler, her death was a great loss. Unfortunately, not everyone could enter the imperial palace at that time. It's a shame that many mere mortals never got the chance to see her. All that was known was that her biological son was genetically identical to her, his beloved mother. At the time, the conversation centered on the young 15-year-old Prince Khan. Despite her low status, the mother of the kingdom's 16th prince, Hana, was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Growing up in the slums, she was forced to fight for her life from an early age. On the other hand, the empire's upper classes were preoccupied with increasing their wealth through the labor of others. Meanwhile, the soft-hearted emperor was concerned only with one thing: the welfare of the powerful nobles, whom he was forced to indulge in everything due to his age and lack of social standing. For this reason, it was difficult for members of the lower classes to earn a living. But thanks to the intelligence of a woman who struggled with her beauty, the young woman found a job as a servant in the palace. But the maid caught the ruler's eye and became his favorite concubine. There was no point in criticizing the girl. After all, everyone was doing what they could back then. This particular beauty's goal was to survive at any cost. 2 years later, the maid gave birth to the emperor's son. And after 15 years of living as a doll in a remote palace, her lifeless body was found in the chambers. As she said goodbye to life, she held her heart with one hand as if regretting her choice. The annual ball for the aristocratic nobility took place recently. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the arrival of that boy, as the event was rather dull. The banquet gets worse and worse every year. Who would have thought that this year the hall would be so simply and tastelessly decorated? It was clear that this was happening when the ruling family was trying to save face at the expense of funds that didn't belong to them. Almost no one was in the mood to come here today, but they had to because they wanted to see someone. They were talking about that very young Khan, the handsome son of a beautiful woman. It's no wonder the entire elite wants to get their hands on him. Take Count Palm, for example. He's willing to give up half his fortune to get his hands on the boy. The teenager is like a doll, coveted by everyone in the empire. Even the completely random guests at the event, who didn't even know the boy, were intrigued by the man who had caused such a stir among the nobles. Everyone, just like the random partygoers, couldn't resist the beauty of this handsome young man. Among the guests that day was a family of knights. A boy named Karl and his father were also discussing the evening. Even then, the Pope explained to the little knight that this angel-like youth would help Charles become his ticket to power and the opportunity to change the country. He was different from other princes his age, and not only because he did not recognize the imperial court. If he secured the support of the nobility, it would be the blood of the ruling family that would allow him to ascend the throne. His father then explained that Khan was a doll to be used for their own purposes. This initially sounded disgusting and immediately displeased Karl. The boy began openly expressing his dissatisfaction with the idea that people shouldn't be treated like dolls, passes, and other inanimate objects. From childhood, Khan noticed that greedy nobles saw him only as a luxury item, and how the young man hated such social gatherings. The most hypocritical aristocrats always gathered there, but the little prince simply couldn't avoid these events because of his status. That same day, the aristocrat met with the second prince. The man brought up the topic of how he'd heard the northern lands were famous for their diamond mining. He gently hinted that if they were granted the right to develop the mines, they would contribute to the imperial treasury. But the young man openly explained his point of view. It was easier to save on banquets than to ponder potential mine rights. The senior member of the imperial nobility was completely unprepared to hear such a bold statement from such a weakling. So, to put the young man in his place, he demonstratively poured a glass of wine over his head in front of everyone. At the same time, the man pointed out that even after his mother's death, the boy would be forced to remain in the palace, as he was valuable to the young emperor. This truly was a dark moment in Han's life. Second Prince Will proved far more ambitious than the weak-willed and frail first prince, but he was just as foolish as his father. That same evening, in order to help her peer, the sweet granny offered the boy her handkerchief so that he could quickly wipe the remains of the red alcoholic drink from his face. Afterwards, the Khan decided to get some fresh air. The weather that day was pleasantly cool, and the Duchess also agreed to join the boy for a walk. The woman herself was genuinely delighted to have the chance to talk with the young heir to the throne. It was clear she had something she wanted to tell the boy. The grandmother then tried to convey to the young man that she was the kind of woman who loved all things beautiful. The Countess desired the most beautiful things, even the rarest gems, works of art and sculptures. But in her collection, there was nothing more beautiful than Prince Han. The woman pointed out that the child's mother had died, and the emperor who loved her was weak and old. Many wanted this boy, but there was no one to protect him. That same evening, the woman tried her best to win the teenager over to her side. The Countess insisted that if the boy would accompany her to the neighboring Duchy of Wen, she would promise him great power in the empire and the position of next duke, which sounded quite promising. Khan then admitted that the offer was truly wonderful and declared the Empress as kind as she was beautiful. However, the young man hadn't forgotten the attacks of his current emperor brothers. However, the Empress reassured the boy, saying that it didn't matter to her as long as he considered her proposal. The old woman then asked him to tell her how he would decide on the answer and handed the boy a small box. Its contents were nothing more than a trinket. The woman immediately urged the hero to regard this gift as a token of her gratitude. It was a very valuable item, enough to buy a small castle. But even that paled in comparison to Khan's magnificent appearance. It was a collection item. All those in power think alike. Duchess Wen. Power and vast holdings are concentrated in her hands. She could be used, but the boy understood that if he wanted to survive, he shouldn't become a puppet in someone else's hands, like his own mother. That same day, the boy accidentally encountered a young lady sitting in a corner, seemingly hiding from everyone. The boy immediately informed her that a group of aristocratic women her age had gathered in the adjacent chambers and invited the girl to join them. But the schoolgirl explained that others thought her jewelry was too simple. Without thinking twice, Khan handed the box to this young lady and went about his business with a clear conscience. The emperor had no need for this mega expensive jewelry anyway. The box contained incredibly beautiful and attractive earrings with precious stones. These ornaments are still hanging on the little lady. She's now a grown-up Anna. The only thing is, the girl now wears a different face due to her involvement in the dispute. However, the accessory still looks just as stunning on her. After Anna ran away from a walk with her friend, Ariana immediately decided to investigate and speak with her friend. Ariana explained that she had tried to follow her, but His Majesty had demanded to know the reason for her departure. And when the girl explained that she was worried about her friend, he emphasized that Sir Charles would take care of Anna. Based on her reaction to what her friend told her, at that moment, Ariana seemed to have realized that her friend was truly in love with His Majesty. As soon as Anna heard her friend's suggestion out loud, she, of course, immediately denied it. But just looking at the blush on the woman's cheeks, it was clear it was indeed true. Yet the girl continued to appear rather sweet and modest. After living in the Eastern Castle for several weeks, the protagonist of this story began to suspect that the reason the girls were so reluctant to give up, even in such a situation, was because of the delicious food. Every day, the ladies were treated to something new. And how nice it was to eat with Anna again. During lunch, the girlfriends also overheard other girls discussing the latest news. One of them said that the bet would surely end soon, as His Majesty had already made his decision and was simply biding his time. Rumors even began to circulate that the real Diana had long since been discovered and was now secretly dating the emperor. But the strange thing was that until yesterday there had been no such conversations. Currently, the ladies continued to assure everyone around them that His Majesty had repeatedly asked a certain girl out on dates. They were certain that she was most likely Mrs. Diana. Although some still thought it could be a completely different girl, someone he simply fancied. One rival even admitted to overhearing a casual conversation. "Do you consider yourself Mrs. Diana?" "Yes. The bet will be over soon. Everyone did a great job. Sorry for dragging you into this," the girls quoted. But from the outside, it all sounded completely untrue. The problem, however, was that yesterday, His Majesty had asked Ariana a similar question. The main character of this story herself believed that he asked this question only because there were no other participants in mind at the moment who would resemble the real Mrs. Diana. With such gossip swirling, everyone around began to think that it would indeed all be over soon, and that now they wouldn't have to keep peeking at the imperial palace. Some even liked this news, while others disliked it. Opinions were divided on this point. The ladies began preparing to go home, while others were plotting how to still please His Majesty before it was too late. It seemed most of the participants were not pleased with the latest rumors, and those who had decided to give up would have long ago withdrawn from the competition. As for Anya, she was as calm as a boa constrictor that day. The aristocrat genuinely seemed uninterested in the emperor, and besides, the lady made no secret of it. Although here it seemed as if Ariana sensed something fishy. Rumor has it that the real Diana is a girl named Cindy from an eastern palace. Gossip about this lady's escapades never ceased. Many suitors were convinced that behind the mask of an ordinary girl lurked someone far more significant and mysterious. Incidentally, one could only meet representatives of the Eastern Palace during a stroll in the garden. At least, that's what Ariana thought. One day, when the main character finally met the supposed Lady Diana, she immediately noticed that her gait and manners were rather old-fashioned. This lady's overall demeanor was reminiscent of a different era, something that immediately caught the eye of the main character who had accidentally found herself involved in the imperial bet. That day, Ariana also noticed the strange look Cindy was giving her. The girl smiled at her rival as if she recognized her. The mistress's admirer even began to theorize that when a witch conceals her magic, even her own kind cannot recognize her. And yet, Mistress Diana is special. What if she recognized her colleague? After meeting the supposed Empress, Ariana immediately decided to ask Anya if she had ever met Lady Diana. The next question to fly to the lady was whether Anna had figured out whether the participant was the real Lady Diana or not. Moreover, it turned out that Anna was also curious to find out whether the girl, already famous in these circles, was a true mistress. And Ariana thought this could easily be determined by asking a few questions about her past. Looking again, Anya is definitely not Diana. At that moment, the heroine was almost 100% certain of that. And at least she could breathe a sigh of relief, wondering if the lady was hiding behind the guise of a simple friend. Anna was quite elegant, but no matter how remarkable a girl she was Sir Carl's younger sister, a fact her rival tried to remember. After Anna had a brief conversation with the potential mistress, she returned to her friend and immediately received the first question about this participant. Then her friend confirmed that this girl was aware of the events of the previous days. But Anna explained that she wasn't asking about something known only to her and Mrs. Diana, as only a few knew. Finding herself in this situation, the girl decided it was best not to reveal the secret information prematurely. Sister Carla wanted to ask a more specific question, but was afraid that doing so might expose her identity. And although Ariana was a little upset that she never learned the truth, Anna's feelings were understandable. This young lady had said something similar before. Anya easily opened up to her friend and rival, but at the same time, she doesn't want the other contestants to know who she is. Anya trusts only Ariana, yet even the most basic facts about her friend are completely unknown. The girls became friends after Ariana revealed her secret, not the other way around. Now, the heroine couldn't sleep well at night, tormented by the question of whether Cindy really was Lady Diana. At the same time, the witch knew that if she used magic, they would immediately suspect her and find out. If Cindy really was Lady Diana, she would discover that Ariana was also a witch, which was unacceptable. Mistress Diana might be angry with a contestant for showing up to ruin the bet. It's better to save the truth for last when there's no other choice. But what should she think now? What would happen if Cindy turned out to be Mistress Diana? The next morning, Morris approached His Majesty to inform him that the bet might soon be over. Initially, Khan didn't even understand what was going on. The young man merely assumed that the participants had begun a violent fight again, or that Diana had revealed herself. But then the Prime Minister revealed that rumor was circulating among the ladies that His Majesty had already found the Empress. In fact, Khan still had no idea which of the 69 ladies was his beloved. And Morris only mocked the young man every time. "If you don't know, how should I?" the head of the department jokingly asked. That same afternoon, rumors had already begun to circulate that higher powers wanted to unite the western and eastern palaces. The knights guarding the passage between the castles abandoned their posts after midday. Notices were also posted in the dining room announcing that the kitchen would now be open only in their palace. And generally, the noise throughout the halls became quite loud. Other girls speculated that this was due to a reduction in the number of participants and that the staff was trying to make their jobs easier. Or perhaps they were trying to increase competition by locking everyone into one space. At that moment, the best friends noticed a girl they didn't recognize very well. It turned out Anna knew this woman's name was Rosalind. She muttered something near the contestant several times. It seemed this competitor didn't fit in with anyone's company and preferred solitude. Come to think of it, she was always in a bad mood. Meanwhile, the emperor, reading a book, couldn't stop thinking about his last conversation with the prime minister. One of the members of the Eastern Palace, Lady Cindy, claimed to be Mrs. Diana, as Mr. Morris had previously reported. Although the information was vague, at best, Lady Lola had made no official statement. Overall, the Khan was surprised that the Eastern Palace was filled with girls so naive as to believe anything anyone said. Meanwhile, the emperor wasn't particularly convinced of Cindy's words, but Maurice insisted that the local girl resembled a true mistress in her behavior, manners, and other traits. That's why His Majesty decided to simply order things to remain as they were for the time being. The Khan understood that this was most likely some kind of strategy on the girl's part. Whether it was a good one or not remained to be seen. But if anything went wrong, Diana would intervene, and her potential fiancé was well aware of this. If the lady didn't reveal herself, the crown prince was certain Diana had her own opinion on the matter. Perhaps the real empress wanted to leave her husband more than he wanted to leave her. And it was entirely possible that Diana might be the girl who was deliberately acting un-Diana-like. Perhaps she was pursuing a specific strategy. After this conversation, Khan even became curious to talk to this woman in person. He genuinely wanted to meet Cindy at least once, so he asked his deputy to arrange a meeting for them. But at the same time, he was truly certain that Diana would never leave him. Later, news reached the neighboring palace that Duchess Wen had promised Han the position of successor. Naturally, the castle's leader was not pleased with this news at all. Or rather, the king didn't understand why they were using this brat to provoke the nobles. The emperor disliked old Lady Wen so much that it seemed to the man that the countess thought he would watch as this scum became Duke Wen and seized power. As expected, Khan soon received a letter stating that the second prince wished the boy to personally visit Castle Dryfam and extend an invitation to the opera. Even though it was already late, there was nothing he could do. He had to leave immediately. As the boy made his way to the neighboring kingdom, he couldn't stop wondering why he'd been sent to Marquis Dryfe. The castle might be far away, but the journey there was quite dangerous. There was no need to go there in person. At that very moment, somewhere nearby, deep in the forest, the sharp sounds of gunfire echoed through the trees. A shiver of alarm ran down Mr. Han's spine. The enemies were already too close. Every rustle seemed ominous, and the silence between shots only heightened the tension. The coachman, realizing the danger of the situation, desperately urged his superior to flee immediately. There were too many attackers, and staying would mean signing his own death warrant. The young man realized he had no choice. He had to flee as fast as he could. However, his enemies had no intention of letting him go so easily. Even on the way to the second prince, the hero sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't even imagine how serious it was. Now, however, with the enemy so close, there was no longer any doubt. A sharp blade flashed right before him, and in that second, his life hung by a thread. "The foolish humans let you escape. Die already, Khan," the sinister hunter said, and even then, the boy seemed to hear a familiar voice. On this day, the young emperor clearly had no intention of dying. With deft movements of his hand, he quickly flipped the blade of his sword so that it almost touched his opponent. As soon as the young man uncovered his attacker's face, he saw the familiar image of Brother Will. As expected, the coward could have simply sent his men, but he didn't trust them and decided to participate personally. Now the man can only wonder if he'll meet his end here. Of course, his brother immediately began to assure him that if Han died, the imperial palace would only lose one chess piece, and Will would become the country's next emperor, which was exactly what the man himself wanted. However, the youngest in the family was not at all afraid of any difficulties, and before killing Will, promised to take care of everything. This impulsive act was truly problematic, because if word got out that Han had killed such an important figure as the second prince, his safety would be at risk. But nothing could be done about it now. It seemed he'd have to accept it. At that very moment, the boy heard strange sounds coming from under the bushes. He became seriously frightened because now he had a witness. It was a rather pretty girl who also liked the stranger's appearance. She immediately realized that those masked bandits were his friends. Lydia decided to apologize for getting rid of them, saying they had been too brazen. But the girl had indeed done the right thing and even helped the Khan, since they were his enemies. Since there were too many people in dark suits, the lady even laughed and at the same time admired how deftly one frail young man dealt with them. That day, the sweet stranger also promised not to tell anyone about what she'd seen. But the young couple couldn't talk for long, as her assistant called the girl away. As she left, the girl said that if things stayed as they were, they wouldn't have any problems. That beauty was Diana, and this whole awkward situation turned into love at first sight. 2 years had passed since that day, but no major upheavals had occurred in the castle. Now the Khan was resting peacefully and enjoying himself at yet another masquerade party hosted by Marquis Perry. Thanks to the second prince's random alibi, everyone assumed he had disappeared while hunting. Mr. Will's withdrawal from the throne race came as a surprise to many, but only the third prince seemed pleased by this turn of events. However, neither the second nor third prince will be able to change the current situation with Mr. Wen. The boy felt incredibly uncomfortable in this environment. He felt the tension mounting, and his only desire was to leave this place as quickly as possible, to relieve the pressure and return to some kind of normal life. Then, a beautiful girl caught his eye, instantly seeming to dispel all the melancholy around him. Khan immediately recognized the very lady who had helped him hide the truth from everyone earlier. But the young man was genuinely surprised to see the young lady at such a distinguished event. It was unlikely that this miss was the daughter of some aristocratic family. Therefore, the young man was truly frightened and began to think the girl had come to recount the events of that day. Without further ado, the young man decided to take action and approach the guest first, with a sweet offer to dance. All the while wondering what the girl's true intentions were. He extended his hand to the woman, but she, unknowingly, merely slapped his palm loudly, turned away from him, and headed for the main exit. It happened so quickly that the man didn't even realize what had just happened between them. At this point, Khan's anxiety grew even more intense. Not only had the lady been acting strangely, but she'd also gone off in an unknown direction. The man, too, decided to find the lady as quickly as possible and followed her. This girl was quite bold and assertive. So, as soon as she noticed the guy following her, she practically jumped on top of him. "Hi, so it's you, handsome. Why were you following me?" The girl immediately decided to find out, laughing loudly. The lady suggested out loud that the boy simply had romantic feelings for her, which is why he was so stubborn that he followed her. But Khan wasn't about to listen to her sarcastic taunts, so he also remarked that the lady clearly hadn't come to this event to enjoy the evening. He wondered out loud if the lady was about to recount what had happened that day. To his surprise, the girl truly had no intention of doing anything of the sort. She didn't consider this young man her enemy. She hadn't even entertained the slightest ill feeling toward the Duke. As it turned out, Madame had come here because she was looking for something special. And since Khan knew the castle well, he could help Miss. It turned out that the beauty had actually been searching for a specific manuscript for a long time. Even after the young emperor helped her close her gestalt, the boy began to wonder why he was helping this stranger. Although, who knows, if he didn't help her, she might tell the high nobles everything. So the emperor decided to pretend to help and then exploit her weaknesses. The manuscript itself was dedicated to stories of witches, an ancient race as old as the myths of the earth. Witches possessed incredible power and were absolutely immortal, continuing to exist through the ages as unknown beings existing outside of time. Rumor has it that several centuries ago, witches abandoned the mortal world of humans, concealed their true identities, and retreated into the shadows. They began to accumulate immortal wisdom. The creatures hid deep in the mountains, severed all ties with humans, and were remembered only as heroes of legend. The girl read directly to the boy from the book, explaining that humans and witches once shared common roots, but at some point, their paths diverged. Witches remain unchanged, perfect by nature, while humans constantly change, adapting to life. The mysterious girl believed that people change and evolve endlessly. Their lives, culture, and history are not constant. Every moment brings change, and human life itself is a relentless process of transformation, as strange as that may sound. Just listening to her stories, the young emperor noticed how strange this girl was. At the same time, the boy was quite curious about who the hell she was. Before he could ask her identity, the boys heard someone enter the room a second later. The adults were looking for Khan. They couldn't understand where the boy had gone, since he had been in the hall before the start of the third part of the program. People even suggested he'd left with someone, but they dismissed that possibility, believing they would have noticed the gentleman's disappearance. Meanwhile, the young man himself disappeared around the corner with his recent acquaintance, avoiding detection. It was then that the young men overheard the nobles' conversations about the murderers. Currently, all the knightly staff were investigating the murder of the second prince. Everyone was in turmoil over the news that the second prince, Brother Will, had disappeared, and Duchess Wen was desperate to get her hands on the bastard. The old woman had no children, and after her death, her estates could go to him. The men simply couldn't allow that. In any case, the king believed they had a chance if they struck a deal with the Marquis of the Southern Lands. Eavesdropping on the adults, the stranger became curious about this poor fellow named Khan. Imagine the girl's surprise when the young man, sitting upright in front of her, admitted that he was indeed the 16th Prince Khan. But sympathy for this situation was unnecessary. There was nothing special about it, and the girl herself understood this. Judging by what she'd seen the last time, sympathy was truly unnecessary. The lady meant that her recent acquaintance simply didn't seem weak-willed. She even persistently offered to repeat what the young man had done that evening, if necessary. The fragile girl wasn't at all disgusted by his actions. On the contrary, misbelieved that in this situation, the strongest should survive. And one shouldn't forget to maintain one's authority in society. At the same time, the boy himself understood that he would most likely simply lose. Such luck might only happen a few times. But would Khan be able to defeat all his enemies? In his situation, with his position, 14 princes stood before him. And the boy was merely a puppet of the imperial family and the nobles. Although what worried Han most at that moment wasn't his situation, but the fact that he'd decided to tell a stranger about it. But for some reason, as Han shared such intimate details of his life, the boy felt quite calm. After listening attentively to her interlocutor, the lady asked the final question. "But you want to survive, right?" The girl believed that everything was perfectly normal, and if you want something, you should seize every opportunity. The beauty herself followed this principle in life. Then with a flick of one hand, she lifted all her storybooks so that they floated in the air. After performing the magic, the lady promised that she would always protect her new friend, no matter what. After the soup incident, the participants from the Eastern Palace were moved to the western part of the castle. Now the ladies were constantly confused about which side of the castle each room was on, but it was only a matter of time before they got used to the new arrangement. One thing remained constant. Madame Cindy was held in special esteem by the contenders. They constantly helped carry this lady's belongings and even seated her in the best seat on the chair, so she wouldn't get her luxurious dress dirty. Other contenders constantly brought her tea and behaved as if they were dealing with the reigning Empress. The story's protagonist still didn't understand how she should act if Cindy was Mistress Diana. There were several options. The first was to pretend Ariana recognized her, reveal herself, and tell her purpose. But the woman would hate the girl for it. Option 2, pretend she didn't recognize her, interfere with Diana, and simultaneously pretend Ariana doesn't know who she is. This option is no different from the previous one. But the third option is to watch from the sidelines, pretending the other contender didn't recognize her. And what to do in the end? The girl had no idea. As for the third option, if Ari doesn't reveal Cindy's true identity, then Ms. Diana, at the very least, won't hate the other girl, which was already a pretty good way out of the whole situation. But there was one thing, in which case the question arises. Why did Ariana decide to descend to the human world and take part in this bet? Several days had passed since Cindy had introduced herself as Diana, but Ariana still hadn't decided what to do. As a result, the girl simply walked past each time without even greeting the supposed Empress. She was so engrossed in gazing at the potential heir to the throne that as she walked, she accidentally bumped into another of her rivals. The woman was carrying a multitude of books, which scattered when the lady bumped into one another. So Ariana immediately began helping the woman collect all the stories. The lady even decided to help the woman carry all her things to her new room. Then Ariana noticed that most of the girl's belongings were books. They were quite heavy, so her rival was surprised that the challenger was carrying them herself. Oddly enough, Ariana's new acquaintance was very cautious, simply standing and watching. The contender nevertheless decided to thank her rival, who had indeed delivered the books. But before leaving, Ariana wanted to ask the girl's name, but she knew her. It turned out the girl's name was Gerda. Moreover, the main character felt an inexplicable sense of unease around this particular contender for the role of Empress of the kingdom. It was as if this girl was being self-deprecating for another, or simply a bad person. When Ariana was about to leave, the lady even advised the guest in her room not to approach strong people, which sounded extremely aggressive and unpleasant. As soon as the heroine left the room, she seriously considered her rival's words. If Gerda is from the Eastern Palace, it's safe to assume she knows something about Cindy, which in turn could play into the hands of both Ari and the other participants in this bet. But does this prove Cindy is the real Mrs. Diana? Or did she simply want to throw her guest out of the room? If not, then why did she even say so? Perhaps she wants to keep Ariana away from the Empress. Or perhaps Cindy really is dangerous. Among the crowd that day, Ariana luckily ran into her friend, Carl, the leader of the kingdom's knights. It turned out the knights were helping other girls transport heavy luggage. The boy instantly recognized his acquaintance, but his reaction was unusual. At first, he caught her eye, making eye contact, but at some point, he simply turned away and ignored her, as if nothing had happened, which surprised Ari. For reasons completely unknown, Carl again began avoiding contact with his sister's best friend. He seemed to be deliberately trying to distance himself, without explaining why. Next, the heroine decided to head to the main hall. As expected, it had become livelier since the palaces had been united. Indeed, there were so many girls that Miss couldn't even tell who was who. The other contenders were also delighted at how crowded and lively it had become. The atmosphere in the castle had been terrible after the poisoning incident, but now it wasn't so empty and sad. Perhaps today, they'd even have a chance to play some card games with everyone. Meanwhile, Miss Positive, a girl named Katie, was very happy to meet the other contestants. Katie even suggested they recharge their batteries and greet new people. In fact, after listening carefully to her rival, Anna whispered in her friend's ear that it really wasn't a bad idea. Of course, Anna had no intention of greeting the other contestants, especially if the conversation was about Cindy. On the other hand, why not take Katie up on her offer and learn more about the would-be Empress? It was a rare opportunity, and Anya was so enthusiastic about it. So, the girls really decided to join their new social circle. Meanwhile, Katie had already suggested throwing a welcome party in the garden. Besides, the girl was in a great mood, and the weather was perfect for hanging out in the garden. The would-be Empress seemed to even like the suggestion from another participant. But Cindy still slightly offended Katie by suggesting that the Countess abandon the idea, as the flowering season was over. The garden was indeed looking rather shabby, and everything reeked of compost. Judging by the woman's words, it was clear she was well aware of what was going on in the castle. Moreover, the lady added that it was now the middle of the month, and she was feeling tired, so she would like to rest a little, taking a short break from such walks. But at that moment, Ariana was already doubting her suspicions about whether Lady Diana was the real deal. After all, how could this girl know it was the middle of the month if Cindy wasn't a witch? At that moment, even the suspect herself noticed Ari's strange expression. It was then that the conversation turned to her friend, Anna. It was just a shame Anna wasn't there. As soon as the girl was introduced, Cindy promised to remember Ari's name and smiled sweetly. At that moment, the main character of this story was so embarrassed that she blushed, because the real Mrs. Diana had called her by her name. And if she really was that same Diana, then it was a great honor for Ari. Even the other girls noticed how delighted the girl was that Mrs. Cindy had kindly chatted with her. Then a brave girl from the crowd showed up. "It must be nice to have straw for brains. It must be nice to be a fool," Rosalind said with a smirk. Looking at her rivals, the girl immediately began to point out that these people had no pride at all. She saw absolutely no point in continuing to make the mistake of being in the same room with the supposed Empress. Or rather, the lady simply saw no point in it, and she herself pointed out that the other contenders hadn't even considered it, as if they had no brains. However, the contestants weren't about to silently listen to the irrelevant opinion of this incomprehensible young woman. It was truly too much for them. Jolie decided to speak for those who disagreed with her rival's opinion. Who is this contestant, allowing herself to speak like that? Is she Rosalind? She thinks Her Majesty will leave her alone after such statements. But Rosalind was truly a rather brazen woman, so she continued to point out how the other contestants were following her lead and standing up for Her Majesty. Even so, Miss Dean pointedly asked the others why they had even decided that Cindy was Mrs. Diana. After all, there was no evidence whatsoever. Even if she were the true Empress, what good would it do to curry favor with this witch? Whose fault was it that they were in this situation? Rosalina openly believed that Diana, whom the other ladies clung to so much, wouldn't have batted an eye if the girls had died. So many girls had already died, and this lady was as calm as a boa constrictor. Rosalind continued to point out that the other contenders' fawning wouldn't change anything. At that moment, the girl had so infuriated another young lady that Jolie simply walked up and slapped the insolent woman across the face with all her might. Miss didn't want anyone to be able to say such a thing about the Empress, but it seemed the lady who struck her had attacked the wrong one. There was no need to show off her superiority here. Everyone was thinking the same thing anyway. Subconsciously, Rosalind understood that everyone was equally tired of this. Everyone of sound mind refused to participate, but those who remained were either insane, willing to risk their lives for luxury, or those who, for some reason, had caught the Emperor's eye and were eyeing the Empress's place. Cindy, the supposed Diana, could only respond to the impudent girl by pointing out that Rosalind's words were not without merit. However, even so, Cindy explained to Rosalind that she shouldn't get cocky and pretend this girl knew everything. At that moment, whether Cindy was a true mistress or a young woman masquerading as one, she did the right thing. She didn't escalate the conflict, but simply calmly asked the aristocrat to stop being so clever. A witch can be as magnanimous as a spring breeze, or she can unleash her wrath like a winter blizzard. Mistress Cindy, however, was unwilling to listen to the other participants' arguments about her candidacy, so after expressing her opinion, she simply decided to leave the main hall. After Cindy left, the tense atmosphere remained for several minutes. The silence was louder than any scream. Almost every woman in the mansion still hadn't fully grasped what had happened. The participants gathered in the living room were stunned by what had just happened. Only Ariana felt quite comfortable and cheerful. She couldn't help but admire the whole spectacle. Ariana recalled how last time one of the girls had set another lady up. Apparently, there were a lot of people here who didn't watch their mouths, and today that was confirmed once and for all. But even so, the heroine tried not to despair, truly finding this a damn interesting spectacle. In fact, most of the girls were already on the verge of a nervous breakdown. One of the candidates even started crying after her prospective mistress left, wishing the best for the woman. Although the candidate herself had started the commotion first. Jolie was understandable. She was genuinely just tired of being there. All these showdowns with rivals are truly exhausting, especially when they happen every day. Anna, looking at Miss, even felt a desire to pity the beauty. She offered her handkerchief so the girl could wipe away her tears. Rosaline really had been too harsh in her remarks today. Besides, Jolie simply couldn't stand to listen to such things, as she really liked Cindy. But at that moment, instead of listening profitably to the other contestants' conversations, Ariana noticed how active her friend was today. This was extremely out of character for the shy and quiet Anna. Why was this lady acting like this today? Anna continued to console Jolie, expressing her admiration for the fact that many of the other participants from the Eastern Palace, like the aggrieved young lady herself, considered Cindy an empress. To find out the real reason why the participating ladies were betting on Cindy, the modest woman decided to sit closer to Jolie and inadvertently find out for herself. As it turns out, a rumor had previously circulated around the palace that His Majesty was having a secret relationship with one of the participants. They were even seen several times in the mansion's garden and later on the walking paths. It was rumored that someone even embraced His Majesty in the garden. "I didn't even know anyone saw us," Cindy whispered to one of the ladies one day. After this unusual gossip, everything seemed to turn upside down. The news spread throughout the mansion among the 100 attendees. At this time, Ariana, as soon as she heard even the slightest news about secret meetings with His Majesty, immediately began to think seriously. Jolie also continued to say that after the incident, many people turned their attention to Cindy's rival. Of course, there were those who didn't like her. One of them was Fox. One day, Fox publicly insulted Cindy. Jolie wasn't sure, but it seemed Cindy said something about Fox's past that day. Jolie even remembered the words of her rival, who looked suspiciously like her real self. "If you don't want to be humiliated again, don't dare speak ill of this great creature," Cindy declared that day. The next morning, Fox felt an inexplicable, sharp pain and withdrew from the imperial bet. Although this contender seemed to everyone to be a rather ambitious girl, no one could have imagined that she would refuse to participate in such a tournament, since the lady was considered one of the strongest present here. Since then, Cindy has been openly called the Empress. Those contestants who knew Ms. Diana said they really do look alike. Some even believe Cindy resembles the Empress more than Lola. Lola was the very first contestant to be killed. She was the same girl who died tragically in the tower when she went on a secret date with His Majesty in the very first weeks of the competition. At first, many supported Lola. Jolie said it was all because Lola was genuinely kind. But there was something Ariana definitely didn't want to believe. Overall, it all sounded too strange. Something about these candidates definitely bothered the main character of this story. These two aristocrats are extremely suspicious individuals, and they bear a strong resemblance to the real Empress, but something about them is off-putting. Lola, Cindy, which of them is more like Lady Diana? How can we find out what the real Lady Witch was like? Perhaps what the ardent admirer of the real Empress Diana knew before was just a glimmer. For some reason, Ariana thought she'd immediately recognize Lady Diana, since she too was a witch. But had the girl really treated such an important matter too superficially? How confusing everything was now. That same day, the friends were strolling together in the palace garden. It was then that Ariana decided to ask Anna the question that had been bothering her. First, the lady reminded her that some time ago, her friend had spoken with Cindy about something few people knew. Now, the young lady asked her interlocutor to tell her exactly what they had discussed. To be honest, Anna wasn't particularly keen on sharing the details of the past, as everything was quite complicated. But the lady saw such intense interest in her friend's eyes that she simply couldn't resist sharing the secret, warning Ari beforehand that this information should remain strictly between friends. She couldn't tell anyone anything like that. A long time ago, Mrs. Diana became very angry. Unfortunately, the reason for this behavior was unknown to Anna. The young lady could only guess. Then the Empress tore up more than half of the books and documents from the Eastern Shelf. According to the girls' stories, that day Anna followed her brother to the castle and accidentally saw the heir to the throne. At that moment, Ms. Diana looked very intimidating. Frankly, Anna was even afraid to approach Miss. Now the aristocrat believed that the Empress was trying to hide her sadness on that unfortunate day behind this anger. After listening carefully to her friend, the true admirer of Diana dared to suggest that it could very well have been because of the book. Further, according to a friend, after this, Lady Diana restored everything with the help of magic. So few people know about this incident. Perhaps even His Majesty himself is unaware. Now, the heroine of this story truly understands the depth of Lady Diana's anger. But what was the true cause of this anger? Why was Diana so out of her mind on that cursed day? What could possibly anger a witch who had lived in this world for over 1,000 years? Is there anything in the human world that a witch couldn't handle? How did Lady Diana even end up in the human world and meet the Emperor? What the hell had happened anyway? There were so many questions like these running through Ari's head at that moment, yet there were just as few answers. After retelling the story, Anna decided to ask her friend her opinion on whether Cindy really was Mrs. Diana. It was a rather debatable question, really. And, albeit only slightly, Ariana truly believed it was quite possible. Then her friend pointed out that Ariana had come to the palace to meet with Mrs. Diana, and so she suggested telling Cindy everything. The girls really didn't know much yet, but that could be fixed. The character understood it was too early to draw any conclusions, so she should wait a little longer. Then her friend promised to find out if Cindy was Mistress Diana. At that moment, the other woman was still surprised by this display from her longtime best friend. Something strange was happening to Anna right now. Anya had been too active lately, which couldn't help but arouse suspicion. It seemed like something was urging her on. Even though Anna had said so, her friend simply couldn't shoulder everything. The heroine didn't know what would happen if Cindy really did refuse to be Mistress Diana. That is, it would be easier for the witch to find out. So Miss decided to take action. That night, she went to the room of her supposed mistress. Putting aside the question of revealing Ari's intentions for now, it wouldn't hurt to confirm that Cindy was Mistress Diana. Despite her courage, the lady was still nervous before entering the room. Although all she had to do was knock on the door, and then everything would proceed as planned. Before Ariana knocked on the door, a girl's voice from the darkness distracted her. The unfamiliar girl asked her guest who was currently outside Cindy's room. As it turned out, Gerda was standing in the hallway, questioning Ari about what she was doing there. The girl also decided to check if the other participant knew whose room this was. Ariana decided to openly admit that she simply couldn't sleep and wanted to talk to someone, which was why she came here. But Gerda found the girl's decision too strange. Madame advised that if Ariana wanted to get closer to Cindy, she'd better not do so. After which, the girl turned around and was about to go on her way without really explaining her statement. At that moment, the heroine realized she simply couldn't leave her warning without further explanation, so she grabbed Gerda's arm to stop her. Ari pointed out that if she wanted to warn her about something, she should explain the reasons. If Cindy was the real Deanna, then Ariana saw nothing wrong with contact with her. Then the girl asked if there was another reason why she shouldn't do this. To avoid talking about all the dirty things inside the castle, Gerda suggested they take a short walk outside. Within a couple of minutes, the girls were walking around the outside of the palace. Gerda began her story by saying that Ariana was from the western part of the mansion, so perhaps she was missing all the details. The first thing the woman mentioned was Lola, the first contestant to be killed before the life-defying competition began. It turned out that Gerda had been very fond of this contender. At the very least, she was a vibrant and vivacious individual, and her death shocked everyone. Gerda couldn't forget how Lola had made her admire her strength. The better admitted that while she wasn't Madame Diana, she was the real deal. This person truly was the most suitable for the role of Empress. At least, among those currently participating in this competition, she was the best candidate, in Madame's opinion. Lola combined a hostile elegance with generosity. She was kind, yet impatient with mistreatment. She was respected by everyone in the Eastern Palace. Her presence was always a ray of light amidst gloomy events. Lola also remained true to her principles, unlike Cindy. The participants from the Western Palace probably don't know this, but when they first arrived, it was Lola who calmed the chosen ones from the Eastern Palace, overcome with their own panic. She truly was a great help, comforting everyone as fear of the unknown overwhelmed the palace. Even while Lola was alive, Cindy sat quietly on the sidelines, hiding her true cowardice. The shy one didn't show herself in public, preferring to remain unnoticed. However, when no one was looking, she still approached Lola, trying to find a way to quietly eliminate her rival and take her place. That night, Gerda admitted that she'd seen the women meeting in deserted places several times, constantly arguing. Either way, Gerda had seen everything. Cindy was definitely in the tower that day. Ariana clearly wasn't expecting to hear that statement. Now, the whole puzzle fell into place. It was Cindy who went to that forbidden tower on the day of Lola's murder, and it simply couldn't have been a coincidence. It wasn't hard to guess that this brazen girl, Cindy, had mercilessly murdered Diana, the first contender for the post of Empress, and Gerda was sure of it. Unfortunately, the witness was never able to tell everything she wanted, as the girls were distracted by the knight Charles. The man explained to them that it was too late to be out walking in the middle of the night, and it was also dangerous. He ordered the ladies to return to their rooms and even decided to accompany them. Besides, it was chilly outside. Carl had indeed arrived at the most inopportune moment, but Gerda seemed to have known it would happen. It was a shame, though, that Gerda hadn't finished her sentence. Gerda had only just gathered her thoughts, but it was already time to go home. When Ariana found herself alone with Carl, she immediately gave him a light kick, angry at him. The lady was understandable. After all, she'd almost discovered the reason Cindy killed Lola. The participant had been about to reveal the secret, and Carl had simply intervened and ruined everything. That entire outing with the young lady had been very important to miss, but now all her efforts to get closer to the girl seemed irrevocably wasted. Moreover, the girl was angry not only because of this, but also because the knight had ignored her for days. And now, when the moment had arrived for the heroine to at least find out something, he intervened and interrupted her conversation. This added frustration to an already tense situation. But the man was persistent in explaining his childish behavior. He immediately explained to his interlocutor that in the future, it would be better if he and Ari pretended to be strangers in the presence of the other participants. Carl dropped to one knee right in front of the lady, demonstrating his regret and reassuring her that he was completely serious. The leader of the Knights explained that Ariana still stood out, and if the other contestants saw her as a threat, it wouldn't benefit anyone. On the contrary, the girl would be putting herself in a dangerous position. Besides, the guy knew that if anything happened to the lady, Anya would be very upset. And the heroine didn't want to be eliminated from the competition either, so she completely understood and accepted her recent acquaintance's position. It was, indeed, reasonable. But for some reason, the whole situation still irritated Ari. After that, the guy decided to shift his attention to his friend's announcement that Cindy had killed Lola. There was no one around now, so the two didn't have to pretend to be strangers and could talk about it calmly. But the girl was so offended by the knight that she continued to pretend they didn't know each other, and yet despite her irritation, after some strong persuasion from the guy, Ariana finally agreed to discuss with him what she had heard from Gerda earlier. The lady, not hiding her irritation, added that she might have learned the whole story if the knight hadn't ruined their walk. Now she could only guess what had truly transpired between the two rivals on that fateful night. But now Carl felt something still bothering him. Above all, he couldn't understand how Lady Gerda had been able to definitively recognize that the girl was Cindy. That moment truly remained nothing but a mystery. That night, something strange was also happening in the main palace. Morris heard strange screams and groans coming from his lordship's bedroom. The Prime Minister didn't delay, and within minutes, he gathered all the guards to immediately proceed to the Khan's private chamber. When the entire brigade entered his chambers, they were met with a most unpleasant sight. The emperor stood with a bloody knife, and on the floor lay a corpse. But this wasn't the first time. Morris realized in a second that the assassins had begun to reclaim their palace. Afterward, the commander ordered the guards to dispose of the body. This was all yet another message from supporters of the old empire, trying to regain lost ground. It seemed the number of assassination attempts on the emperor had increased since the empress's seat had become vacant. Now the emperor's every move was under surveillance, and there seemed to be a sense of danger in the air. Apparently, the treacherous aristocrats of the great nobility still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation and continued their vile games. They didn't deserve pity, much less an easy death. Therefore, the emperor ordered the identification of all those involved and their immediate elimination, without exception. Morris then explained that Madame Diana was due to return, and for this reason, he decided to find out the emperor's specific thoughts on Cindy. The aide knew the emperor's decision could impact everything that followed, and so he was prepared to act. Frankly, the young man wasn't at all sure the girl was telling the truth. That's why he'd said he needed to see the lady at least once more. Something about her was bothering the young man. Incidentally, Khan had also ordered a special request regarding Anna to be fulfilled. Only then did Morris leave the master's guest quarters. Looking at the bloodstains on his shirt that evening, Han recalled an incident that had happened several years earlier. It was Countess Wen's funeral. People around him were crying for the old woman. Friends even believed the ruling family was cursed. Relatives had been dying one after another for several years. This was already the fifth such incident. As soon as the guests spotted the Khan, their mood instantly changed. The melancholy that had recently hung in the air seemed to evaporate, and everything around them sparkled with new colors. The aristocrats simply couldn't tear their eyes away from the young emperor's beauty, comparing the youth to a fallen angel. After the funeral of the elderly countess, the 16th prince, Duke Wen, decided to return to the carriage with his now familiar lady. Sitting there was the same Lady Diana, whom Han had met a couple of years earlier on a casual hunt. Upon returning that day, the girl immediately asked her friend how the funeral had gone. A peer expressed her opinion that the people here were rather ineffective. They don't live for 100 years, and every time someone dies, they hold a funeral. For a girl from a family of witches, such customs were simply incomprehensible and unfamiliar. If Diana had known they would be harassed like this every time, she would have dealt with them all at once. But the interlocutor explained that the men had done nothing wrong throughout their careers, so there was no reason to eliminate them prematurely. The young man never even thought he would ever be taken seriously as a threat or a potential contender for the throne. Then the witch suggested that Khan simply take the throne himself. It was the first risky but obvious step, opening up new horizons for the lovers. And this proposal concealed not only a political move, but also the beginning of a serious romantic relationship with Lady Diana. There's no one in the empire who doesn't know the story of Duke Wen. Everyone remembers how the angelic-looking youngest prince became Duchess Wen's concubine. This story always attracted attention, and the Count himself remained the center of all conversations and rumors. He inherited not only the richest lands, but also a fortune after the mysterious death of an elderly woman. And then came scandalous rumors surrounding the beautiful girl who always stood by the Duke's side. Whatever the rumors, Lady Diana noticed that the Khan's subjects were still satisfied with his rule. They felt confident and stable, ignoring the idle talk. Diana, however, saw how the rumors were quietly spreading throughout the nation. It turned out that after the young man became Duke of Wen, the endless wars between nobles ceased. Such rumors are a source of entertainment, which is why everyone is so happy. But the Khan himself was completely indifferent and uninterested in others' opinions. The guy just wanted to live peacefully with Diana, the love of his life. Now that he had secured his position, he no longer had to be greedy. But who knew what was best for him? Too many eyes were watching him anyway, so Diana doubted the security of her partner's position. In any case, that day, Diana promised to take care of everything. They played mines, and once again, Khan lost. The magnificent Diana explained to the boy each time that he needed to be more aggressive, and this applied not only to the board game. However, is there anything more effective in managing lands than war? It can be used to obtain slaves and resources, sell weapons and other goods at high prices, and silence undesirable opponents. This was the opinion of an experienced commander, the seventh prince of the local empire. Duke Leonardo, sipping a heady drink in his mansion, received news from his humble servant. The spontaneous news was that 9 royal mercenaries had gone missing. Even such an experienced commander couldn't understand how the young man had such a strong defense. But there was no time to speculate about Khan's guards. They needed to act quickly before Duke Wen, who possessed the most territory and wealth, stopped fighting the nobles for power and focused on increasing his own strength. Leonardo knew full well that if mercenaries, despite their training and experience, were unable to cope with a task, they could resort to other, more sophisticated tactics. The backup plan was carefully thought out in advance. The king always had several possible strategies in mind that the commander could employ under any circumstances. The next day, the crown prince studied the latest document. His deputy explained that the emperor, the prince, the minister, and the nobles had appointed the 16th Prince Han, Duke Wen, as heir to the throne. This was truly shocking and unexpected news for the young ruler. That wasn't the end of the day's news. It seemed the events unfolding before the boy's eyes couldn't stop. A nearby guard added that the boy had received a letter from Duke Leonardo himself. At that moment, the boy felt a surge of excitement in his chest. What was in store for him now? The letter addressed the clever young Khan, arguing that the fine talk of outside nobility was nonsense. Therefore, the 7th prince got straight to the point, and explained that the princes and most of the aristocrats were unhappy that the Wen lands had fallen into the hands of a boy. Although Leonardo was certain that the last thing the young man wanted was a war, his defeat. Based on this, the man had a counterproposal. If Han relinquished his position as Duke of Wen, the expert would yield the throne to him. If the young man remained silent and became an obedient head emperor, he would retain his position and the other kingdom would leave him alone. Of course, the Khan could have refused, demonstrating his independence. But in such a situation, a refusal to agree wouldn't have been perceived as a simple rejection of the deal. It would have been a gesture tantamount to a declaration of war on all noble families, which was extremely dangerous. And that's why the current prince hoped that the boy would ultimately make the right choice. After reading it, not the slightest trace of doubt remained on the young man's face. He immediately sought the opinion of his closest friend, Diana. The girl, having carefully analyzed every word in the letter, directly pointed out that Leonardo was too arrogant for a man with his tail between his legs. It was impossible to give any open guarantees as to whether the young man would truly give up the throne. However, Diana remembered that her boyfriend wanted to stay. Besides, the people had their eye on the lands, but it would be difficult to get close to the Khan, so the aristocrats would now actively try to secure advantageous positions. To reassure the young man, the girl led him away, as a simple man had no need to rack his brains. She advised him to choose only what his heart dictated, be it the position of Duke Wen or the imperial throne. The miss promised that as long as she was by his side, Han would always be safe. Then the witch comfortingly pulled the young man toward her, and their lips met in a tender kiss. That night, the young couple's passion blossomed into something more. Khan deeply loved his soulmate, but he was also deeply worried that his life, unlike Diana's, was not eternal. The young man, after all, was a mere mortal who fell in love with an eternally living witch. But it was too early to think about that. Until then, Diana had promised to always remain by her beloved's side and never leave him. After all, lovers could easily overcome any difficulties together, only by harnessing the power of their love. The next day, a meeting to decide the succession was scheduled. During the negotiations, the young pretender to the throne planned to announce his decision to members of the ruling family and aristocrats. The hereditary heir initially decided to invite his daughter-in-law to accompany him. After a couple of hours, filled with both tension and anticipation, the carriage carrying the guests arrived in the capital. Upon arrival, the young men were greeted warmly by the mansion's butler and invited into the mansion's drawing rooms. All the other guests, who had arrived earlier, were already animatedly discussing the upcoming event and awaiting Duke Wen's visit. But who knew that disaster would strike at that very moment? Several anxious servants, terror in their eyes, rushed to report to the visiting young man that a terrible attack had occurred at Duke Wen's estate. Now the mighty building was almost lost. Flames raged all around, and it all seemed like a nightmare that could not be stopped. However, as it soon became known, this entire meeting, with its seemingly peaceful atmosphere, was in fact intended solely to obscure the true goals and prepare the ground for a further planned attack. Khan's first act was to apologize to the lady, as the girl should have returned to the estate now. But Diana, of course, had no intention of leaving her lover there alone. However, the gentleman still tried to explain to the lady that the insolent men wanted his lands. If Khan lost the estate, the young man would have no leverage. The young man assured them that the attackers on the throne would do nothing to him, at least until they had completely captured the territory. Therefore, the young lovers had to say goodbye. Not for long, but parting. As he left, the Khan promised to return before the meeting ended, and only then did he release his companion's hand. Meanwhile, the soldiers were stoking the flames, engulfing every inch of the palace in flames. "Set it on fire! Hurry and seize the estate!" came the shouts of the guard commanders. Moreover, the estate's defenses were surprisingly weak. This played into the attackers' hands. Once they completed their occupation, they could contact the high nobility, but how quickly their plan began to unravel. In a split second, one commander spotted the image of an unknown lady on the roof of the burning building. But this girl was completely unafraid of fire and calmly maintained her perch at the heights. The lady then descended to deal with the warriors. No one could have imagined how quickly one woman could exterminate them all. That's when people truly believed in the existence of magical creatures like witches. After that, the staff realized they had to report the horror to the palace. Besides, if the entire crowd had known the outcome in advance, they wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. But what can you do? It already happened. With a final blow, the powerful girl pierced the body of the last survivor. Unfortunately, dispatching the enemies took longer than the witch had anticipated. Therefore, the heroine decided to inform the prince as soon as possible that the estate had been retaken. The beauty knew, after all, that the meeting wasn't supposed to be over yet. Meanwhile, the reprisals against the pretender to his majesty's post had begun. The young man couldn't even understand what to make of the instant all the guards pointed their swords at the guest. They informed him that the young man would be executed for treason. Of course, the young emperor had never committed anything like that in his memory. His brother, a nasty man who held the title of the kingdom's 7th prince, had prepared himself sufficiently to disgrace the young man. The man revealed that some time ago he had received news about the former Wen estate, claiming that Han had raised an army on his lands without the emperor's permission and without declaring war on other lands. Will began to voice his guess about what the young man was planning while the higher powers were in the castle. Now his brother had laid such a trap for the boy that it seemed the Khan would have nowhere to run. Duke Wen was currently in real danger. In this tense atmosphere, the young man recalled his last conversation with his companion. Back in the carriage, he'd told her he intended to renounce the throne because it would force the witch to live in the castle. The Khan didn't want his beloved wife to live in captivity. His companion didn't entirely agree with the prince's decision, as he'd already seen the letter. Other aristocrats simply wouldn't sit idly by. However, the gentleman insisted he'd already made his decision. The young man believed that he, too, should protect his beloved, at least from time to time. Now, the powers of a powerful witch had once again rescued a mere mortal from a difficult situation. But the lady had misjudged her energy just a bit, and while destroying the potential heir's enemies, she had accidentally brushed against the count's body. However, even that wasn't the end of it. Diana wasn't about to give in to despair. The lady gathered her strength and began to use all her thoughts to revive her cavalier. The stream of light emanating directly from the castle was so bright that it literally blinded residents located several kilometers from the epicenter. People watched the spectacle from the sidelines, barely containing their terrifying and alluring delight at the explosion. This phenomenon was so dangerous that ordinary locals had to lie down on the ground to avoid being harmed by the explosion. Looking at this unforgettable sight, people even began to believe in magic. Then, even the skeptical Leonardo personally became convinced that witches were indeed real. Moreover, who would have thought there was a witch in Khan's entourage? She had to get out of here quickly if she wanted to survive. In 1,000 years, Lady Diana had never experienced such pain as she did now. And yet, the girl now completely lost her sense of what to do. The situation was so dire that it seemed as if there was no solution at all. Deep down, the hereditary witch knew she simply couldn't forget her betrothed. Not only couldn't, but she had no plans to erase the image of her soulmate from her memory. But even at the shelter, only one question arose. Should a witch live with this pain forever? The answer was a definite no, 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 and only no. Now the Miss finally promised herself never to let go of the man she loved more than anyone in this world, no matter what happened, no matter what danger loomed. The witch would always be by her man's side. Several hours later, the Emperor finally managed to open his eyes. When he looked around, he realized he was in a familiar room. It was the Wen Mansion's bedroom, and Diana was sitting in a chair next to him. The first thing the lady decided to tell him was that they were now in the imperial palace and that he should rest a little longer. Then the young lady reassured the crown prince. The lady pointed out that he could now breathe a sigh of relief since the entire palace officially belonged entirely to the newlyweds. Or rather, the mansion was now ruled by His Majesty, the young but promising new emperor, Lord Han Wen. The witch revealed that she had killed everyone in the castle and those who had attacked the foreign estate. Despite the confusion surrounding the situation, the boy was more concerned now not with the vast new territories under his control, but with why he was alive. Khan wasn't a fool, after all, to understand how he died at that moment from a direct blow from a sharp sword deep into his heart. Seeing her boyfriend's surprise as he just woke up, the girl remarked out loud how much the magical explosion had scared him. The lady then advised Khan to sleep a little longer, and then, when he woke up, promised that everything would be fine. However, the boy never learned something, thanks to his savior's will. You wouldn't wish even your worst enemy to experience what Diana went through, saving the person she loved most in this world and putting her magical health at grave risk. Now, a huge, empty hole has formed forever around the girl's heart, back to the present day. One day, while the castle atmosphere was still tense and almost all the palace residents were on edge, Cindy decided to invite the other contestants to take a stroll around the castle grounds to unwind. The girls went with Lady Katie to the garden. Lady Katie and a couple of other contestants were invited along for the stroll that day. The first thing the potential countess, the supposed Miss Diana, did was to ostentatiously thank Katie in front of all the ladies simply for her presence today. The girl confessed that she believed that a walk became more pleasant if they walked together with such a bright and cheerful person as the optimistic applicant. Cindy also added that she would like to befriend the betters from the Western Palace. The lady said this primarily because she wanted to gain Katie's help. It was as if she wanted to take advantage of the sweet girl's kindness, although she was careful not to openly reveal her true villainous nature. Miss herself, of course, agreed to help without hesitation. The girl knew they had their own problems, but that was par for the course. However, the lady had warned them beforehand that it was best to avoid the company of a participant named Selena. And speaking of yesterday's conflict, the palace resident, Rosalina, had behaved rather foolishly. She surprised everyone yesterday, even though she was usually quiet and didn't talk to anyone much, nor was she friends with anyone. But just the day before, the girl had spoken without fear in her eyes. Who would have thought someone would say such a thing to the Empress, and that person would be the modest Rosalind? It wouldn't take long for things to get worse. At that moment, a girl noticed a participant nearby. It was Eri. The Khan's future wife immediately decided to ask the talkative girl if the princess knew the passing participant. The candidate immediately recognized her acquaintance by her dress and reported her name to the countess, explaining that the palace resident had been sitting across from her at breakfast. The heroine then decided to briefly characterize Eri. According to Katie, Ariana is a unique lady. At times she can act naive or even childish, and at other times she's downright eccentric. She's the complete opposite of Anna, who usually hangs out with her friend, another contender for the Emperor's chosen one. It seemed as if Cindy had been waiting for the conversation to turn to another contestant, Anna. As soon as she heard that name, she immediately asked the lady to tell her about this girl in detail. Cindy was clearly not who she claimed to be, and she was also plotting something devious. That afternoon, while walking through the palace grounds, Rosalind continued to be harassed by the other contestants. The contestants were still refusing to let up after the incident with the Countess. This time, the young lady received a heavy book right in the face when someone threw it at the innocent girl. Just then, her neighbor, the good-natured Anna, approached the lady. Miss noticed the other lady's behavior toward the woman and even offered her a handkerchief so the poor woman could apply the cloth to the wound. An embittered Rosalind only decided to aggressively ask where her monkey, who always followed Anna, had gone. The question was about her friend, Ari. The impudent woman even dared to suggest that the girl was in trouble again. But what about Rosalind herself? Who would have thought that such a plain girl would criticize ordinary, innocent participants in a place where wrestling is not prohibited? It was foolish of this lady to think anyone could be safe here, as Anna pointed out to her opponent in no uncertain terms. Such a bold response from a modest woman nevertheless stung her competitor at the time. This was evident from the way Rosalind pointed out that Anna, despite looking like a hothouse flower, was quite sharp-tongued. But at least the lady had no reason to show her thorns in front of Ari's friend. Most likely, that's just why everyone seems that way. Yet Anna was most curious about something. That day, the aristocrat asked her interlocutor directly why Rosalind was staying in the castle after her harsh remarks about the other participants. Anna was obviously right. Everyone in their right mind had already abandoned the competition, and only those who wanted to be in the castle remained. But what about Rosalind? What does this misunderstood miss really want? Just this one statement about excessive boldness, yet simultaneously stupidity, simply tore this lady apart with aggression from within. Anna had worked so hard to calmly point out the lady's incomprehensible behavior, point out her hostility toward Lady Diana? No, not even toward her. First of all, the girl harbors an unfounded hostility toward His Majesty. Cindy might be fine. No one has yet confirmed whether this woman is truly a lady. But Rosalind's strange attitude toward the young Emperor Wen is inexcusable. Frankly, Anna had been observing this woman since their very first meeting. All women looked at His Majesty, but never with the same gaze as Rosalind. Could it be that the lady was the embodiment of what the chosen one was thinking? After what happened, her rival even dared to suggest that Anna would try to eliminate her by any means necessary. But the aristocrat didn't think she should do such a thing. Besides, Anya even wanted to leave the lady alone, since the other contestants would get to her anyway, and, for the rest of her stay in Rosalind's house, would harass her. On the contrary, Anna wanted to help the poor man, as strange as it might sound. For some reason, the young lady even thought they were similar. So, extending her hand to her interlocutor, Anna proposed a mutually beneficial deal. But Rosaline had no intention of listening to the misses. On the contrary, she rejected her help, demonstrating that she was no hypocrite. After this, the rather unpleasant conversation came to an end. Anna then decided to find her friend, and fortunately, the lady managed to do so quickly. The ladies then decided to relax together, so after their walk, they headed back to the palace. That evening, the girls gathered in the western part of the palace to have a productive time. This time, the chosen ones decided to take a knitting lesson from one of the seamstresses. The seamstress had won the bet anyway, so why not teach her talent to the other participants? Although Ariana found knitting quite difficult. The girl kept pricking her fingers with the knitting needles and tangling the threads. Yes, Miss was clearly born without a talent for needlework. And anyway, if it weren't for the strangers, the witch would have been able to work her magic and finished in a flash. But somehow, a calm atmosphere reigned among the participants. While the lady was attending a masterclass at this circle, the heroine overheard the candidates whispering about His Majesty secretly meeting with Cindy again. The lady revealed that Prime Minister Morris personally delivered an invitation for the participant. Everyone must have already decided that Cindy was Diana. While it wasn't entirely illogical, anyone in their position would have been certain of the candidate's veracity. After that night, Ariana tried to question Gerda about everything, but she seemed to be avoiding her persistent acquaintance. It seems the lady believes she revealed too much that day. It was a shame, though, because the young woman could have helped the investigator. Now, Ari is completely at a loss as to what to do next. Cindy killed Lola. Based solely on this information, which Gerda had once shared, Ariana couldn't so easily determine whether Cindy was the true Empress. But if Cindy really wasn't the one who started this whole fight, does that mean Mistress Diana killed an innocent woman out of jealousy? Literally, everything points to that now. That evening, while the heroine was deep in her thoughts about the veracity of Madame's affair, Cindy decided to visit Anna in person to speak with the lady. The girl approached Anna's room and kindly asked for just a moment of her time. This conversation was a sign of trouble from the start.